A lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay, right, hold all the way. He's looking right.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Well as Marvin and the man handling the analysis or handling the driver's seat. You can call me Ovio Wallace, the sports chef, as I will be ready to dice live season and spice up your Saturday afternoon with hot talking points from the ever exciting world of the World Cup. And let's bring in the gents to give their introduction, starting off with Daniel Monday, looking all nice this afternoon. I'm sure you're happy that the GOAT has made it to the next round after that scare from yesterday's match against Capo Verde.
The actual GOAT made it to the next round after the scare sometime this week against Croatia. But
Which GOAT?
It is what it is, Ovie. Good afternoon, Port Harcourt. Good afternoon,
Which
everybody.
GOAT? Is it the same GOAT we are talking about?
Yes, it is the same GOAT we are talking about.
Right.
So good afternoon, everybody. The World Cup has provided us with very, very intense and exciting matchups so far, and we've got into the round of 16, like Ovie said earlier, and we are here as usual to dice and slice and season everything for you guys. Welcome to the show.
I hope you brought your cooking utensils down on Monday. But Marvin, I'm sure you're here with your own seasoning and spice on pepper and everything nice. You want to train on the topics I've got this afternoon. Marvin joins us. I think this will be your debut on the show this afternoon. Nice to have you here for the first time. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Down. Yes, the results from every round of 32 results from July 28th to July 3rd. And the 28th of June, it was Canada beating South Africa 1-0. Brazil then beat Japan 2-1. And Paraguay stoned Germany in a penalty 4-3. It ended on penalties, but it was 1-1 in full time. And then we had Morocco eliminate Netherlands via penalties 3-2 in penalties. They won, or the match ended in 1-1 after extra time. Then we had Norway take on Ivory Coast with Erling Braut Haaland getting a goal in that match as they knocked out the Ivorians 2-1. And it was France against Sweden and a display of power from the Frenchmen. 3-0. They did trash Sweden, and Mbappe getting a brace in that match. And then co-host Mexico taking on Ecuador and beating Ecuador 2-0. And then England, the country that says it will always come home, taking out the Democratic Republic of Congo 2-1 in that match. A Kane brace as well, helping them get over the line. And then Belgium beating Senegal 3-2 after extra time. co-host USA also beating Bosnia and Herzegovina 2-0 in that match. We had Spain beat Austria 3-0. And Portugal coming from behind to beat Croatia 2-1. Ronaldo getting on the score sheet. Switzerland beating Algeria 2-0 as well. Egypt and Australia played 1-1, but Egypt stood tall, eliminating Australia on penalties 4-2, making them the second African team to get into the round of 16 from the 10 that qualifies. Argentina against Cape Verde 3-2. It ended after extra time. Messi getting on the score sheet, but a stunning goal from Cape Verde that maybe you can vote as the goal of the tournament. And we take a look at that. All the highlights from that match is currently on the screens. And then the last match was Colombia against the Black Stars, Ghana. And it ended 1-0 in favor of the Colombians. Yes, and we will give you all the shocks, the upsets, and all the heartbreaks. Starting off with the biggest shock of the round. Four-time world champions Germany, Kai Havertz casting out Julio Enciso's opener, and then nothing in the shootout. Havertz himself missed the decisive kick. Well, Paraguay are into the round of 16 for the first time this century, and Germany goes home early once again. And speaking of Germany, Jurgen Klopp has confirmed he's in talks to become the next Germany manager following Julian Nagelsmann's resignation after Germany's shock round of 32 exit to Paraguay. Klopp, who is currently head of global soccer at Red Bull, says that the DFB have approached him directly, though he still has to clear it with his employer Oliver Mintzlaff. He also publicly defended Nagelsmann, insisting the outgoing coach isn't solely to blame for Germany's problems. And then another surprising result, as you want to say. It was Cody Gakpo who put the Dutch ahead in the 72nd minute, and it looked like it might have been job done for the Orange Boys until Issa Diop's stoppage time own goal dragged Morocco level in. At the time, Morocco held on their nerve in the shootout 3-2. They did beat Netherlands, and now Africa's most successful World Cup nation of the last decade lives to fight another day. I'll start off with you, Daniel. Which was more surprising for you? Germany being knocked out, or Netherlands being knocked out?
I really say Netherlands being knocked out was a surprise because
it was a surprise. I think if you want to look at favourites to win the World Cup, you put them in top 3.
No, you won't. Netherlands.
Yes, you put
Netherlands
in top 3, at least top 4.
Netherlands, not
Okay.
even top 5.
Not even top 5.
Not even top 5.
You know the famous mathematician that predicted the World Cup back to back? Who was his favourite to win 2026? The
It's
Netherlands.
like he had issues with his algebra because
And you have to say it again. For the last 2 or 3 tournaments they have had in the World Cup, they've been knocked out on penalties. Last season they were knocked out by eventual winners Argentina on penalties, and this time too they got knocked out on penalties. But they have been a little bit shaky in the group stage. But they have a good squad.
but
So you won't put them as favourites.
you won't in the actual sense of things. If you look at this Netherlands team, the Netherlands we used to know from the 2010s upwards, before the likes of RVP and Ian Robben retired, this Netherlands team, they don't have a standout player. They just have players who get the job done. The Memphis Depays, the Cody Gakpos, and Virgil van Dijk. But coming as a unit, especially with a manager like Ronald Koeman, I don't think anybody will go into a major tournament and say, oh, okay, Netherlands are my top 5 or are in my top 5 to make it or to win this particular tournament. And saying it's an upset against Morocco because they lost, I think we are downplaying Morocco at this point in time, because if you want to look at the qualities of the both teams man to man, I think the both of them can edge each other, and most of the Moroccans in that Morocco side actually play in the Dutch league, or were actually Dutch born and bred before they came to play for Morocco. So saying that the Netherlands were upsetted because they lost to Morocco, I think is a very big slap on Morocco, because these guys, they've done a whole lot in recent years. I mean, last World Cup, they went to the semi-finals, only they got eliminated in that particular competition. And since then, they've been holding their own against top sides in the world, and they've been dominating Africa. So I don't think it's an upset. Me especially, I expected Netherlands to lose that one in normal time, but as it was, it went down to penalties. But Netherlands, no, they're not the top side in any way. They don't have one single world-class player at the moment. They're just managing to hold their own. I mean, you feel the team, Christian.
Netherlands do not have a world-class player.
Zero. They don't at the
Virgil
moment.
van Dijk is not world-class.
He's not world-class at the moment. He's not world-class.
Van de Ven is not world-class.
Van der Wu. Let's see.
Gakpo is not world-class.
Okay, let's be serious.
Oh,
I think the one issue with football fans
Where's
these
Benjamin?
days,
Where's Victor?
one issue with football fans these days is that we tend to throw around the tag world class a lot to a lot of players. So I think Tony Kroos said the same thing a few days ago, that the German side has 0 world class players, and if the German side can have 0 world class players, I don't think the Netherlands side have anyone at all. So it's just a team of a few above average players who have held their own in Europe, and so the Moroccan side are not worse than the Netherlands side. So I don't see any reason why anybody will call that an upset.
All right. Speaking of upsets and world-class players, you said Germany have no world-class players. Was it a surprise for you they were knocked out against Paraguay? They were fantastic during the group stages, pouring in goals.
It was Curacao. If you don't pour in goals against Curacao,
they were pouring in goals, and then Paraguay looked like it was going to be the same. We expected the same.
The same thing since after the 2014 World Cup, which they won, and most of their big names got retired. I think the German national team haven't been able to produce that same core that we've seen them over the years. They've employed the likes of Hansi Flick, who came in and couldn't do the job in the previous World Cup, and now Julian Nagelsmann. And one thing I want to point is that these managers that have coached the German side since the exit of Joachim Löw, they've done well in their club side, their respective club side. They won league titles. We can see what Hansi Flick is doing with the current Barcelona side and what Julian Nagelsmann did at RB Leipzig and Bayern Munich. But somehow they've not been able to transition that coaching brilliance onto the German national team. And we've seen the players. They have a few good players, the Kai Havertz, Joshua Kimmich, and the rest of them. Manuel Neuer is over 40 years, but he's still the main goalkeeper for the German national team. So that tells you a lot. Over the years, they've been able to produce some talents that have been able to catch the eye, the Jamal Musialas of this world and the Florian Wirtz of this world. But coming together as a nation to combine those different young stars, they've not been able to show the world that this is the Germany we used to know and love, and it has been a very huge problem for them. And going forward, we are still going to see that same problem if they don't go back to their drawing board and see what is wrong. We hear that Jurgen Klopp is in talks to become the new manager of Germany after Julian Nagelsmann stepped down. So it looks like a step in the right direction, but then again, we have to see the kind of players he brings into the fold and what he's going to do with the team.
All right, Marvin, Germany being knocked out, was it more of a manager issue, or was it the players not stepping up enough? It went into penalties. Kai Havertz missing a penalty and getting on the score sheet, and it came down to penalties and he missing it. Whose fault was it, or Germany not making it into the round of 16?
It's not Germany's fault. I feel like this is like the first. Germany have never lost to penalty shootout in a World Cup before. This is like the first time they are losing to a penalty shootout in a World Cup. And Germany, they really fought in that match. If you watch the ball possession, Germany had more ball possession than Paraguay. You understand? If you watch it, you see that, Germany really fought. Kai Havertz coming to cancel Julio Ancesio's first half opener, that they were actually fighting because they didn't have the first goal. So you see that even the second half, when that extra time, when Tars' powerful header was cancelled, I feel like that is actually somehow controversial in a way. If you look at that particular goal that was cancelled, you understand? But It's the VAR. It's the VAR. We have seen incidences like this come up, in the World Cup. It's not the first, controversial decision that has been made. To me, I feel it's controversial. That's what I'm saying. It might not be controversial to other, viewers out there. But what I'm just saying is that Germany, they deserve that win. It's just that the game of football, you cannot actually predict sometimes. Sometimes the best playing team usually don't come out, to win it at the end. So I feel like Germany deserves to win, but it's football. Anything can happen. It's penalty shootout, so you cannot blame them for not performing well. They did well, but it's just the game of football.
All right, Daniel, let's look at Klopp and the next German manager. I remember when he left Liverpool, we were all saying his next destination was going to be the national team. That was going to be Germany until Julian Nagelsmann and it looks like this one is going to be true, and he's going to be taking the helm, being in the dugout for the German national team. But is it the right move, both for Klopp and both for Germany, to get Julian Nagelsmann, Jurgen Klopp, in the dugout? And what can we expect from Klopp? Are we going to expect that heavy metal football that he brought to Liverpool? And can that work in a German squad? At least maybe take them to the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, or even the finals.
One thing we should know about these managers is that in national team football, you have a very short time to prepare about 23 players for a tournament or for a game. So you don't have enough time to impose that tactical ideas which you do in the club side. Clubs, you have preseason, you have days of training before. His playing style is the quick and aggressive style. He likes to attack a lot, and he uses wingers a lot. And if you look at this German side, you can't think of any winger and say, oh, okay, this guy can fit into this Jurgen Klopp system. I mean, we saw Leroy Sané in this World Cup, and he's as good as finished. If that's what we call players these days when they are a bit past their prime. So I think Jurgen Klopp is going to have some issues with the profile of players. I mean, now we talk about profiles. We see Florian Wirtz, who we know is a number 10, playing on the wings for Germany in this World Cup, either him or Jamal Musiala. So that tells you that the Germans are actually lacking in a sense in some positions. We see their midfield is held by Alexander Pavlovich and Lucas Mecha. Those are good players in their own rights. But when we look at what Germany below par, so Jurgen Klopp is going to have a lot of works on his hand. It's not going to be instant brilliance. It's not going to be quick success story. But with time, I think he's a manager that has been through thick and thin in the world of football, and we all know that he's a winner. So if anybody can bring the Germans back to the summit of world football, I think Jurgen Klopp is the man.
Speaking of world-class players and these teams, Germany and Netherlands not having any world-class players, could this also be a factor in them not making it to the next stage? As you've said, they don't really have someone that has that star factor as maybe the Argentine team, the Portuguese team. I don't know which other team you want to call as a world-class team. The French team, everyone there is world-class.
No, Giskunde is not world-class.
But is that one of the factors that the German team will need to get over the next stage?
I think in football these days, there's one attribute I love in a player that can look at the game and say, okay, I'm going to take the game by the scruff of the neck and we are going to win this. A player that can single-handedly change the game. If you look at England, you have Harry Kane, you have Jude Bellingham. These are guys that can rise up to the occasion and win games for you. You talk of Argentina, those are players that can, like you said, the French team, they are all over. I mean, the likes of Ryan Cherki haven't seen play time in this World Cup, and those are guys that can actually change the game. Jamal Musiala, if you take out Kai Havertz, I don't think there are a few other players who can actually change the game, and the players I actually mentioned earlier are not people that you can rely on full time, 90 minutes that you say, okay, Kai Havertz is somebody that I depend on. If we are losing 2-0, he's somebody that can help the team spring back and maybe turn the game around. So I think that is a very huge factor for Germany. It's not something that you produce per se. It's not something that you coach, but it's something that you have to develop out of the younger talents that you have currently. And Germany, at this point, I'm afraid to say they lack such players.
All right, Germany, Netherlands out of the World Cup 2026. They'll have to try in 4 years' time. But for you, the colours, what's your thoughts on the Germans out of the World Cup 2026? Daniel has said the Dutch don't have any world-class players. The Germans don't have any world-class players. But do you agree with that thought? And for you, what's your take on Jurgen Klopp becoming the next manager for the German national team? Is that the right move, both for the nation and both for the man Jurgen Klopp? 0810-9510951. That's for the phone line. 0701933992. As we continue with the stories we've got on the menu for you this afternoon. Yes, another disappointing match. But this one was for the Africans. But before I do that, let's get on with the calls. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, who is this?
This is Cinda.
All right, give us your thoughts. Go on.
I don't know what is our business in Germany. You people are supposed to be talking about our super Eagles. Yeah, but because the Germans, they don't talk about our football. They don't analyze our football. We analyze their own too much, forgetting our own. You know, our football is in shambles. NFA, no direction. Two World Cup, they still get the same person that he really knows, NFA chairman. Why not remove him? Let's talk about you people, the sports analysts, good analysts and good sportsmen like you, journalists. People are supposed to talk and let NFF, let them remove. If it's even the sporting industry, they should remove this NFF chairman. 2 World Cup, we couldn't win. Let's talk about our own. These people don't talk about. I watch their sports analysts. They don't talk about us. Don't talk about them. I want you to talk about Super Eagles. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chinda. But we have a program lineup. The guys in the second part will come and give you the gist and everything that has to do with Nigerian football and African football in general. And I am here to do my job to give you what's happening in European football. And we'll just have to maybe deal with that till the clock strikes 4. Yes, let's get on with the stories. Belgium against Senegal 3-2 after extra time. Ismail Sarr and Habib Diarra had Senegal 2-1 up deep into the second half. Then Romelu Lukaku leveled it in the 86th minute. Yuri Telemans put Belgium ahead in the 89th minute, and Senegal somehow forced extra time as Telemans won it from the penalty spot in the 125th minute. An absolute roller coaster in Seattle. You can see about that, Daniel Monday. Belgium, are they riding luck?
Yes, he had to be locked because the Belgian team I saw in that game, I was like, nah, this is not what we know. But I feel very bad for the Senegalese, and at the same time, I fault them for that loss because they had the game. I mean, in the 85th minute, you were leading 2-0, and all you had to do was just hold for 5 more minutes plus at the time, and the coach made the biggest mistake I think he made when he took off Pape Gueye and brought on Lamine Camara. Lamine Camara is a good player, but at that point in time, Pape Gueye held that midfield, and it was all going. He came out later to say he's not going to play for the national team till they changed the coaching staff because of what happened in that game. I mean, Senegal had it all covered, and they just had to capitulate in the African fashion. They just had to show the Africanness in them, and it was extremely painful because they're a very good side, and I really wanted to see them go far in this World Cup. But for Belgium, they took the chances they saw, and that is all I can say, because it was all done. I had prepared to turn off my TV, and I was like, okay, good night, we see Senegal in the next round. But Belgium, the gods of football, smiled on them, and they progressed to the next round. When they made the subs, when they took out Kevin De Bruyne and Jeremy Doku, I was like, you are losing 2-0 and you are taking off 2 of your best players. But okay, maybe Rudy Garcia had conceded defeat, but like I said, luck shown on them, and they took the chances they saw. And the penalty, in real time, it looks like a penalty, but after replays, I wasn't so convinced that touch from from Lamin Camara was enough to give a penalty, but it is what it is. And by the way, Yuri Telemans, that was a fantastic. I don't think the kind of pressure he was under to deliver that kind of top beans. I mean, it takes nerves of steel. So for Belgium, another escape, but for Senegal, I think it was very, very poor game management for them. I mean, what better to do than just see off the game? You had at least 10 minutes more to go, but they couldn't see out the game and they went on to lose in extra time to Belgium.
Marvin, Senegal and Belgium. Look at that match. For the guys in the second part to discuss about the African teams and Senegal's disappointment and why they should still be fighting for that AFCON title. But this is on the world stage. But Daniel Monde still draw our attention to the penalty. For you, should that have been a penalty? And your take on the Belgium-Senegal match and how far do you see Senegal going? We'll take a look. We'll preview we'll review the round of 16 matches. But the match Belgium-Senegal, how do you see that match?
For me, I feel like that was one of the best knockout matches of the tournament so far, because you can see that Senegal, they held that match like they were in control, like they held it up to the 86 minutes, But there was something that I saw in the Belgium team. They never lacked that resilience. They kept up that, behavior, that incredible resilience. They kept pushing, like they didn't, like their behavior, their mentality, never disappeared, even up to that 86 minutes. And you see Senegal, they did well. You can see the likes of Diarra and Sarr, to put them in a very commanding position, but they couldn't manage, to hold it up, onto the closing minutes, and they let Belgium, push on and, recover from 2-goal deficit, and it's a very, very painful one for Senegal. It's heartbreaking. I would say it's really heartbreaking. But Senegal, they were organized. I would say that they were dangerous in their counter-attack. They looked in complete control, like I said, for almost full 19 minutes. But, they couldn't just hold it until that full 90 minutes. And you see Lukaku's late goal, it really changed the whole momentum of the game. You see Telemans, stepped up with the decisive winner, but I'm very sure that Senegal would really regret letting the lead slip, because they really needed, that they felt like they're already in the round of 16, and I really feel bad for Senegal fans, because if you're a Senegal fan right now, that's like the most painful defeat in the country's World Cup history. That's what I would just say.
All right, let's head over to the next team. And this match was supposed to be routine. It was anything but a routine. Cabo Verde, a nation of roughly 500,000 people, twice cancelled out Argentina's lead through Dero Duarte and Sidney Cabal in extra time before Cristian Romero's effort was eventually credited as a Cabo Verde own goal to send Messi and company through to the round of 16, 3-2.
And it just contagious,
Daniel Monde. Daniel, I was this close to believing in black magic. I was this close.
Oh,
I was just looking at it, I was like,
what is going on here?
What is this? You know what they pay me? Now the white sleep. I was like, if this thing should go, you go pay me, say, I know do. But Cabo Verde, this is why we love the game. This is why they expanded the World Cup, because we get to see all these underdog stories. And no, a good run for Cabo Verde. They might not have made it that far, but Alex talked about teams and sitting back. Many Africans, many underdogs sitting back, and yes, you can sit back when they score you, but can you come to the front and score? But I think Cabo Verde didn't just sit back. They came to the front and they gave the fight to Argentina. But let's look at Argentina. The defensive issues that they have there, is it going to be an issue in them retaining their title in this World Cup? Because Cabo Verde is scoring two beautiful goals, especially a goal that you could count as maybe a goal of the tournament.
The goal of the tournament.
The goal, I don't think anything.
I don't think we'll see a better goal than that.
What about this guy's goal? The likes of that France guy, what is his name? Dembele.
See,
Oh, Dembele's goal.
if you play FIFA,
Yeah.
you know R2.
Yes.
This guy pressed the R2 until the button was broken. If Emi Martinez was 4, if they put 4 Emi Martinez there, he would have the swerve and the curve on that ball. He would have gotten to it, and he couldn't even believe that he scored. I mean, his grandkids will have a lot of stories to hear
Lots of stories.
from that experience. But talking about Argentina, I haven't watched them so far. I haven't found them convincing at all. I think they just have the X factor in Lionel Messi and a few other players who have stepped up to the billing. Yesterday, it had to be Lisandro Martinez with an assist and a goal for them. So they are a good side nonetheless. They still maintained a chunk of the team that won the 2022 tournament at Qatar. But coming into this World Cup, they've managed to scrape away from other teams. But I don't find them convincing. And one fact is that they haven't had to play a proper side. I think if eventually they meet Colombia in the later stages of the competition, I think that's going to be their first real test so far, because the next team they play is Egypt, and we know that yes, Egypt can put up a fight definitely, but Argentina might just eventually nick that one too. So far, they've not been convincing. Their defense have been shaky. Their midfield, most especially, I think Enzo Fernandez and the likes, McAllister, they've been extremely poor in this tournament, and Scaloni has a lot of work to do on his hands. I think the results might be uplifting for now, but the performances we are seeing from this Argentine side is not as good as we know that they can be. So they still have some sitting up to do, because with the way they played against Cape Verde yesterday, I think a proper side would have punished them severely. So they still have a lot of work to do so far.
All right, let's head over to the phone lines. 08109510951 before we get on with the stories. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 070193399962. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
This is...
Yeah, this is Chinda. I called back.
Chinda, give us your thoughts.
Yes, this African thing, our going out is just the thought of defense. That is the thought of defense, not the players. Because I tell you, more than 8 African teams, let me just say 9 or 8, because I want South Africa to go. 9 African teams are supposed to qualify to round of 16, pure and clean, I tell you. Because you see, the bench is all losing the whole game, because I don't know if they are afraid of those things. Look at Cabravadi, look at what they did yesterday. Maybe Argentina, I say Argentina will not pass round of 32. I bet against Argentina yesterday, I won't lie to you. Argentina is supposed to go yesterday or this early morning. But notwithstanding, Africans, we are coming up. Europeans, they seem to be the Africans are underdogs. I tell you, Africans are not underdogs. We just that we left our own pattern of football, relied on European type of football, because almost all our players are playing in Europe. So we are still coming up. We are still coming there. We will get there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chinda. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live. Welcome.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Lucky from Street.
Yeah, Lucky, go on.
I want to know Cabo Verde, Argentina. I just on my video just now how they play out that game last night.
Yes, it was 3-2 in favor of Argentina.
Argentina, Cabo Verde try you.
All right, thank you, Lucky. 08109510951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's 070193399962. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys in the studio.
Yes, this is.
My name is Daniel from PH.
All right, Daniel, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, I want to congratulate Capo Verde, even though they didn't win Argentina, because of their performance. I mean, the second goal that guy scored, I didn't even expect that goal will enter the back of the net, but I was surprised. He can nearly score the free kick again, if not Martinez saved. But I want to congratulate him, so they will step up in 2030 World Cup. Thank you.
All right, you already put in Capo Verde to qualify for the World Cup 2030. 08109510951. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, this is. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, please. I can't hear you, so try and be audible. You know what? Do call back. We're finding it hard to hear you. Do call back. It might be networking. All right. Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, this is better.
Yeah, I'm Sylvester. I'm calling from Ogun, the most peaceful community in the local government.
All right, give us your thoughts.
And the one that says I want to assist my allegiance to the country. And Nigeria failure to qualify for World Cup.
All right. Yes, we can hear you.
I give kudos to Kapabali for making Africa proud. World Cup. But next time they should keep on pushing and they will go fast. And for the goalkeeper of Kapabali, I want to make him sure that he will come and play for Enyimba. Enyimba Football Club. Kaka is a hero. He has made Africa proud. The country of 500,000 people and to qualify for World Cup and to draw with Spain, draw with top countries.
Who says that is impossible? Vozina for Enyimba or Rivers United. The man had 7 saves. And did you see that save against Messi's free kick?
Something personal against Messi yesterday.
He did no the free kick. He wasn't even paying attention. He was trying to set up the wall, and before he knew,
Messi just
whipped it.
I think that wouldn't have counted though because nobody was ready for it.
I don't know.
We never can tell because he saved it.
We saved
but
it.
But he was at one end of the post and Messi put it at the other end, and I was like, oh my god.
And this man is 40. He's without a club. I was reading comments after this. Some people were like, come to United. And now we're saying come to Enyimba, come to Rivers United. It won't be bad to see Vozina in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Well, if the Nigeria Premier Football League can cover his fees, but who says they can't do it? We have the money. 0810951090701933996. Before we get to talk about some Egypt and Australia display. Hello, good afternoon.
From Ano.
Hello, yes, this is
Samuel calling from Ano.
All right, Samuel, give us your thoughts.
I think what we felt that this is a great good team look like the team are not good. When they play against the Spanish national team, we say, Spain was poor and that. But we forget to give them credit. Even this Cape Verde will play France, and France will struggle to beat them. I'm telling you, those teams, when they play like a team, when they play, they make, no matter how good you are, you look like as if you are poor. Before they finish second in a group, they have this team, they have this team, they didn't lose any match. Technically, 90 minutes, they didn't lose any match in this World Cup because against Argentina, they lose in extra time. So we should give them credit. Instead of saying Argentina were poor, instead of that, we should say that event were good. So they just make that Argentina team. I was even thinking probably that would be a miracle. They will take it to penalty and win. So, but luckily for Argentina, they were able to bring. So, okay, but I think their president should give them guard of honor and to be. It's time to honor them because what they did was very, 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 very surprising. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Samuel. 08109510951 and 0701933996. Hello, colleague. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. I call back Sylvester Maria from Koluku.
All right, go on.
Most peaceful, hospitable to strangers. Yeah. For the Lionel Messi, right? The World Cup is for them. There's no doubt about it. Remember that man is not from this. He's from another planet. And let me crack some joke because please, Shakira, you know the old. This Shakira, you know the old. One at time, Bonner boy say, my pick my wife out.
All right. All right, 081095109510701933996. Hello, colleague. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, this is.
This is Sammy calling from Cuba.
Give us your thoughts.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I want to go back to the initial conversation when you started this program. Your colleague in the studio here said something that took my attention. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
He said that Dyke is not a world-class player. I mean, here they paid me.
Yes, he said Van Dijk is not world class. Your ears don't pity you.
Please, I'm sorry to ask. I want to ask, is this in the studio?
Yes, I am.
Hello?
I am.
I want you to give me footballing explanation with examples. Defenders who are still or probably the ones who are there. To give an example, why he feels that Van Dijk is not a world-class player. I really want to know because there are also people who are listening to you and they will want to be, this is an information platform, so people want to be informed and know what they're trying to say. So please explain to me like explaining to a teenager why Van Dijk is a world-class player. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 08109510951. Daniel, before we get on with the calls, or let me just get this call, then I'll get back to you on that. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother. I call back Lucky.
Yes, Lucky.
It's Egypt. Sudan to Egypt. Yes, it's Australia. That's why Australia 2 chances. Kudos to Egypt. Yes. You see my brother after the game. Thank you, my brother.
All right, thank you. Daniel, we've got something for you. Van Dijk, not a world-class player. I was waiting for this.
Van Dijk is not world class. I think the term world class is supposed to be tagged to players that provide top level football consistently over the years.
And Van Dijk has not done that over the years.
Over how many years?
He's been at Liverpool. I think for the Dutch national team, he's the cornerstone there.
That is the Dutch national team. He has to be the corner. He's the best defender in the Dutch national team. So obviously he's going to be the cornerstone.
This man at one point in time almost won the Ballon d'Or.
That's what I'm saying. I don't say actually the season they won the Premier League and the first Premier League and the season they won the Champions League. I think if not for Van Dijk, especially in that first season where Jurgen Klopp won the Champions League with Liverpool, I don't think they would have gotten to that. And the second one he had to do with Alisson. But calling a player world class is saying a player has done this thing, those 2 seasons that Van Dijk had, you've done it over and over and over and over again. If you're talking about world class centre backs, you call the likes of John Terry, Sergio Ramos, Nemanja Vidic, Rio Ferdinand. These are guys that have done it. They breathe and leave it. They do it over and over again. They can close their eyes and do it. Van Dijk is a very good See, don't get me wrong. Van Dijk is a very, 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 very good defender, but the tag world class, it is a stretch. Forgive me. It is a stretch. It is a huge stretch. He has had fantastic, like you said, he nearly won, and I thanked God a lot. I have never been so happy that Messi won the Ballon d'Or in my life. So I was very grateful for Lionel Messi that season that he won the Ballon d'Or ahead of Virgil van Dijk. If not, I think a lot of conversations would have been uncomfortable for a lot of people. But saying Van Dijk is world class, I think it's a stretch, but he is in fact a very, very good defender. If he had replicated those seasons for, let's say, 5-6 years, okay, we can have that conversation. But don't get me wrong, he's a very fantastic defender, but he is not world class.
I heard it from Daniel Monday. Van Dijk is not world class. I'll keep repeating that. 08109510951. Let's head over to the SMS and the WhatsApp for today. This one is also coming for Daniel as well too. Daniel, what do you mean Germany don't have world class players? Don't you know Floritz? Let me be the first to tell you that he will sit down one day and analyze that he's one of the great midfielders that played this game. You are writing him off because of one average season. Very good, very good. That very good at the end there.
I am a Viet's fan. For instance, I like Florian Viet. I've been watching him since Bayer Leverkusen. But you can't.
No, very good.
You can't tell me world class now. Let's be serious. No, see, guys, let's be serious.
He said one day.
One day. So
day.
you can tell. Yes, everybody knows that Florian has the potential. Yes, he had one bad season with Liverpool, but still in that bad season, we saw flashes of brilliance, and we said, okay, this man can actually replicate what we saw under Xabi Alonso at Leverkusen. So one day, yes, we can get there, but for now, no, please. Kimmich, okay, Okay, an exception. Yeah. An exception is Joshua Kimmich. Yes, because he has been top level for how long now? For since we can remember Joshua Kimmich. But yeah. That's like one exception in the German national side. Joshua Kimmich is the only person that we can put it on and say, okay, he might just be.
So, speaking of Van Dijk and not world class, you said those 2 seasons, that was when they conquered Europe and they conquered the Premier League. Is this because of the titles that he's not world class? Or
We
then,
watch him with our eyes now.
so his performance
Yes.
has for the past three, okay, maybe last season was kind of for him and Konati was kind of for, but I think previous season before that for you he has not
He was
performed.
good. I see. It's just like Saliba and Gabriel. You could call them the best centre back pairing currently in Premier League or let's say European football. But you can't tell me they are world class at this point in their career now.
Because now I'm not come for you.
You need to judge it by current form.
I'm not even talking current from Van Dijk is not even
it's not world class. You cannot say it's world class.
So let's be
Either you
serious
judge
when
it
we
by
are
current
let's be
form or
serious
overall
when we are saying
ability,
these things, please.
All right, 08109510951. From the SMS on WhatsApp portal, and it's from Mojis Capo Verde, they play like prime Barcelona when they are losing, then turns to Burnley when they are not losing. I beg, now all African team they drink before during hydration break. What a waste of this, but and that's from OG. There are no world class players in the current Germany team. Imagine Germany where England they beat ton these days, Lord. And as from Woji, 08109510951070193399962. Hello, good afternoon. Going to penalties. It's like another African team is going to be knocked out. But Daniel, Egypt into the next round, the round of 16. That match against Australia, can Egypt replicate something like that against Argentina? And what do you see from that match?
I think when before the tournament, when we were speaking about African teams that might be able to put the continent on the global map, I think nobody saw Egypt coming, or let's say till now, nobody has really seen Egypt coming. They've just been going about their things silently, and I've been keeping a keen eye on them. And they are not just a Musala team. I think if you watch them, you see that every single player except Omar Mamouche is fighting to take this nation to the next level, because the Omar Mamouche I have seen in this tournament, or since mid last season, he has not been the same player we knew from Frankfurt and his early days at Man City. And Egypt has been a good side. I think, yes, like you said, after they took the lead and the equalizer, the own goal against them, I was like, okay, we might actually see Australia coming in for this one, but they managed to see the game out to extra time. And the Australian coach tried this gimmick of bringing the experienced goalkeeper Matrayan from the bench to see if he could produce some penalty shootout heroics, and it didn't turn out well for them. He ended up conceding every single penalty that he faced. So for Egypt coming up against Argentina, this is going to be a very huge stumbling block, or a very huge great wall of Argentina for them to cross, because defending champions, obviously, they just came off against another African team in Cape Verde. And Egypt are a totally different side. They are more aggressive than this Cape Verde side, and Argentina are going to see a lot of physicality in that game. So if they could be able to withstand the physicality from the Argentine side, and one thing we know so far is that if you don't take your chances against Argentina, then you are going to get punished. So let's see if the Egyptians can create and take those chances. Let's see if Omar Mamouche can get on his scoring, but let's see if the Pharaoh himself, the King Mo Salah, is going to turn up against Argentina, because it's going to be a very, very huge upset if it happens. We at the helm of the banter affairs are hoping it gets to happen, but then again, it's Argentina. They are world champions. They have the X factor in Lionel Messi, and they have some great players, and anything can happen in that game. It's football, but we are rooting for our North African brothers.
Speaking of kings, this match was a rematch of the Euro 2016 final, and it very nearly followed the old script. Cristiano Ronaldo converted a 68-minute penalty. Croatia responded, and then Goncalo Ramos headed home the winner in the 94th minute to send Portugal through, with Ronaldo and Luka Modric remarkably still leading their countries a decade later. And you could say this could be the last dance, or the last dance has ended for Luka Modric. Daniel, that match, Portugal into the next round. Cristiano Ronaldo was awarded with the Man of the Match award. Some people had some issues with that, but his performance against Croatia, getting that penalty, it's not easy to score a penalty. We've seen Messi miss one, so the other goal has scored one. So it's not easy to step up to the plate and score a penalty. 2-1. It looked kind of even between both teams, but can Portugal make it to the next round? And Cristiano Ronaldo, is he getting his scoring boots little by little? And what more does he need to find an edge in that Portuguese team?
There was a chance. There was a goal he scored. The goal he scored that was ruled out for offside, and you saw the whole. It's an exact replica of Messi's goal against Cape Verde, just on opposite sides of the pitch, the same control and the same finish, and you just know that no matter what you say, this man still has it. There's nothing you can do about it. He still has it, and he can still deliver the goods for the Portuguese side. But looking at Portugal as a team, most times you don't know what to expect when these guys come onto the pitch, because you look at the team sheets. We know that football is not played on paper, but when you look on paper, you see big names everywhere. You'll be like, oh my God, these guys are going to do wonders. But then they come onto the field of play, and sometimes they're dominated, sometimes they manage to find their footing and scrape out games like they did against Croatia. But this Spanish side, we know that they're a team that can punish you if you don't sit up, and they themselves have not been so brilliant. We know that they are currently European champions, but we've seen them against Portugal in the UEFA Nations League final, and then Portugal had the better of them in that particular game, Ronaldo getting a goal for himself. But that is time away from now. Looking at Spain this tournament, they are yet to concede a goal in this tournament so far, and we know that that record is likely to be broken against this Portuguese side. The game is far in this tournament. We all know they have good players. You can't rule out Lamine Yamal. I think he has a score to settle with Nuno Mendes. That is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. So the Portuguese side have good players. The Spanish side have good players. It's just a matter of who is going to turn up on that day, because you actually do not know what to expect from both sides. I think in the group stage, we saw this same Spain against Cape Verde in the match they won, and they weren't able to score a goal against Cape Verde. And that is something that you don't expect from a Spanish side. You're expecting to see 4 or 5 goals from a team of Spain's quality. So coming into this game, I think anything can happen. It can come from anywhere. So I really, really, really do not know what to expect from that game.
Marvin, Portugal and Croatia. Last dance for Croatia. They've been able to build a nation that maybe, as you said, become a powerhouse in Europe. They're out of this stage. Do you see them returning to greater heights or surpassing what they've achieved this season in this World Cup in 2030? That is, if you believe they can make it to 2030. And do they need a star power? They've had Luka Modric. Yes, they've had Luka Modric, who has been the cornerstone. Would they need a star power if they are going to be able to reach the same heights they've reaching the final of a World Cup, or even surpassing that as a winning one?
Well, seeing that game, Portugal deserved the victory, yes, but I think Croatia is still a good team. Even with Modric or without Modric being, you have the likes of Perisic. You understand? You still have good players there that can still take up the mantle when Modric is, not in the team anymore. But I think that they still need to, add some other stars, like you said. Before the next World Cup, I think they will have time to, look at the whole, football, this thing, look at different, like leagues, scouts, different good players from the Croatian team before the next World Cup. But I would say that they already have star players. Modric is not just the only, star player there. I would say that Perisic is a star player too. They also have other star players there. So I feel like what they just need to, work on the full team's performance. Like they need to improve, their, game. They need to improve their performance, going into the next World Cup. But talking about stars, I feel like, you can have all the stars in the team and you would still not go far. So I feel like it's not about having the stars, it's about, working on the team's performance, still looking for where you can improve, because if it's stars, they have stars there.
So for Croatia, I think for Croatia, a lot of people haven't been paying attention to them until recent times. We saw their exploits in the 2018 World Cup, where they got to the final and lost to the brilliance of France. The likes of Modric and Kovacic they've danced their last dance. The DJ has stopped the music for them when it comes to international football for this Croatian side, and a lot of people are going to cut them some slack if we see a decline to their performances in competitions to come. But then again, if you pay attention to European football around, you see that they are springing up players that can actually hold their own, that can continue, that can take the torch on from where the likes of Luka Modric dropped them. I think Martin Baturina, he plays for Como. He has been a revelation at this World Cup so far. We've seen him deliver the goods for the Croatian side. We have Luka Vuskovic, who just completed a deal to join Brighton and Hove Albion. So these are players that can still do the goods. Josko Vardiol of Manchester City is still there in the mix for this Croatian side. So they have good players that are coming up for them, and hopefully they can continue the fights that the likes of Modric and Kovacic have left for them.
Marvin said something about a team having stars, that sometimes it's not about stars. Well, this team has all the stars, and that is France. Kylian Mbappe scored twice as they beat Sweden 3-0. One of the goals was a stunning solo effort from a tight angle as the tournament favourites they creased through without much force. Ousmane Dembele continues to look like their second scoring threat after his group stage hat-trick. And for Michael Olise, The man just needs just one more assist to equal the record that stood since the 1970. He could break a 56-year-old World Cup record. His 5 assists in 4 games mirrors his Bayern Munich form, and at just 24 years old, he's already only 3 behind Messi's all-time World Cup assist mark, despite playing 25 fewer games. No one at this tournament creates more short leading sequences, and his combination with Mbappe has been the most dangerous partnership in the competition. I'll start off with you, Daniel Monday. France, they look like the team to beat. It was like a favorite. And then God get this World Cup. Now France get this World Cup.
See, totally expected. I mean, coming into the tournament and we saw the team that Didier Deschamps speak and we were like, okay, these guys are going to steamroll absolutely anybody that comes in their path. And so far, that is what they've been doing. You have Kylian Mbappe, Michael Olise, Desiree Doué, and Ousmane Dembele, the current Ballon d'Or, starting a game for you. And that's not enough. If one of them gets tired, you have the likes of Bradley Barcola, you have Ryan Sheki, Magnus Akliush. So when you see this, you can't even go band for band. You know, there's something footballers used to do. Okay, score me, I score you. Let's see. You can't even try it. Before you score 1, I'll score you 4. How do you want to respond? So these guys, I think almost everybody picked them, or if not everybody picked them in their top 2 or top 3 at most favorites to win this competition, and so far they haven't disappointed. They've broken a World Cup record. They've scored at least 3 goals in, I think, 5 consecutive matches, dating from the World Cup final against Argentina in 2022 to this game against Sweden now. They've scored at least 3 goals in every game. So that tells you that if they mean you go hold. So they've steamrolled every single opponent that have been in their way, and it looks like they are going to continue doing that and eventually might win this tournament. And for Kylian Mbappe, just to put it out there, if he wins this World Cup again, he's going to be certified top 5 greatest footballers of all time. There's nothing anybody wants. You can't tell me that you just spawn up and go to 3 finals in a row. Nah, you don't do that. So France looks clear favorite for this tournament at this point in time.
Marvin, Olise and Dembele's, Olise and Mbappe's partnership looks to be a cheat code as has been playing out so far in the World Cup. But for France, is there any single side left in the draws that could stop this attack?
I don't think that there's any defense right now in that World Cup that can stop that attack. That attack is too much. I'll put it that way. It's too much. It's too much to handle. You just need to be a better team in your own defense to be able to just hold them off.
You just have to pray that they are not on their day. Even if
exactly
they are not on their day, you just pray that something goes wrong in a way.
Exactly. Or maybe Mbappe goes off with an injury. You can thank God. But as the current France team now, I don't think there's any defense that can hold them off. Like you made mention about the Michael Olise and Mbappe's, connect. I think they have a very clinical, like how would I put it? Like they are composed, and that attack is just very clinical. Like they are constantly creating chances, causing problems. You cannot hold that attack. I'll put it that way. You look at Bakola, you look at Mbappe, you look at Dembele, you look at Olise. Even when they played against this Sweden team, the Sweden, they had a good attack too. You can look at Isak and Gyökeres. At least those people, they are good, attackers too that could pose threats. But France, they don't just have only good attack; they have a very solid defense. So you're looking at a very good attack and a very solid defense. So it's not just the attack that can cause problems; the defense too can cause problems by not letting goals come in. So I feel that France team is balanced. They are very okay. Like I'm not sure any defense can hold that attack. That's why I'll just leave it that way.
All right, Daniel. Michael Olise, for you, is he the most creative, important creative player left in this tournament? Maybe even ahead of Lionel Messi and Lamine Yamal.
Ahead of Messi, if we want to look at the stats so far, you said okay, Messi have not gotten an assist yet, and Olise has 5. So you say okay, he has been the best creative player so far first half, and we saw that France struggled a bit, but the second half Deschamps sorted out the problem and brought him to the number 10 position, and ever since then he has proven to be the glue that holds this France side together. And we saw him earlier on granting an interview where he said the number 10 position is actually where he prefers playing as instead of playing on the right wing. So for Michael, he's having a fantastic tournament, and I've seen a lot of English fans crying and say, "Oh, he's English born and bred. He should have played." I mean, Nigerians are not even complaining. You have a core Igbo man, Michael Olise.
Nigerians, you want to complain?
You have an Igbo man, and nobody's complaining, and the English men are complaining that he's English born and bred, and he has no ties with France instead he's playing for France. So fantastic tournament for the man. And talking about his partnership with Mbappe, I think when the whole saga of the Real Madrid president Florentino Perez saying he's going to bid for a Galactico for £150 million, I think a lot of people were saying, "Oh, it was going to be Michael Olise." So let's imagine if Olise was joining this Madrid team with Vinicius and Bellingham and Mbappe. Okay, let's not imagine that. But for France, he has been fantastic, and yes, he is the best creative player currently at this tournament.
Do you see him breaking that Messi's record anytime soon? The man is just some few games behind him. He's just 4 assists.
I think the record is 7 and he has 5 so far.
Yeah, the record is 7 and he has 5. He's three behind Messi. And in this competition, it's still they take on Paraguay next.
Yes, he has 4 games to go. And looking at the fact that he's the creative hub of this French team, it's just like Bruno Fernandes in a United, that the French team has other quality players that can provide the goods for them. But most of the creativity comes from Michael Olise, and if anybody can do it, I think he can do it. I think he also has his eyes on the record, and he will just play his game normally. And trust me, he might actually be able to do it. Paraguay, they're a good team in their own rights, but come on, you are playing France. It can happen. I think Olise can actually do it. It's not a stretch.
All right. And the next match after that, it's the English national team. They took on Democratic Republic of Congo. That match ended 2-1. Harry Kane, a brace. Congo getting the first goal, and it looked like I was going to believe in. It was even from this match I was actually believing that witch doctor. I was like, this man actually untied Kane's leg. So we Kane they score like this, and 2 fine, beautiful goals from the English national team. But Daniel, this is not the first time in a knockout stage that England have needed to come back. Is this team built to win the World Cup? Some have said Tuchel needs to get his game right. That he has been saved by the brilliance of his players. For you, is that how you view the English team? They have been saved, or Tuchel has been saved by the brilliance or spark of
exactly how they have been. I think now those people that have been complaining about my stance on world-class players, I think you can see what world-class players does for their team. You can see the likes of Bellingham and Harry Kane, what they've done for this English side in this tournament. I think the whole controversy around this English side began when Thomas Tuchel dropped his squad for the World Cup. We saw a lot of surprising names missing, and we saw a lot of surprising names included, and he was all about pro tournament. And they've been, I don't know why most of these African sides do not believe in themselves enough to take these games over the line. And then again, the brilliance of Harry Kane came into play in that game, and he actually saw that England progress to the next round. But for England, again, if they face a proper team, they are going to be beaten so bad because they've not looked good so far in this tournament. And I'm actually really, really worried for them. I think the only time I saw England and I said, okay, this is a team, was the second half against Croatia, which they ended up winning that game, I think 4 goals to 1 or 4 goals to 2 thereabout. So that's the only time I saw England and I felt like, okay, this is actually a team. But apart from that, Tuchel has gotten everything so far wrong in this tournament. His defense has been shaky. His midfield, not so much. I think in the last game we saw Declan Rice playing a right back, and he looks like their best right back. So if you have Declan Rice playing a right back, that tells a lot about the team you picked. I mean, you had Tino Livramento injured and you called up Trevor Chalobah. Meanwhile, you had the likes of Lewis Hall and Trent Alexander-Arnold sitting at home, and your excuse for such call-up was profile. I don't know what kind of profile you expect from a player like Trevor Chalobah. as compared to Lewis Hall, who was probably top 3 left backs in the Premier League last season, and Trent Alexander-Arnold, who we know the qualities he brings to this English national side. So then again, there's a reason that Thomas Tuchel is the coach and not Danny Monday sitting back here analysing what he has done so far. But for Tuchel, he has to get it right. I think the English side are a lot. They are under a lot of scrutiny, and they have to turn it up whether they like it or not. They just have to turn it up because it has been a very, very poor tournament for them.
Well, a match that was quite even. Switzerland and Algeria. Although some would have expected maybe Algeria to at least get a good ball. For you, was it an even match for you, Marvin? 2-0 Switzerland did beat Algeria. And then we had United States of America against Bosnia and Herzegovina. And 2-0 that match did end as well to Malik Tillman's free kick. A beautiful and amazing free kick.
That Switzerland match, I feel like Switzerland deserved that 2-0 victory because they were a better team throughout the match. They stayed organized. They were composed. They controlled the midfield and they took their chances. When they came, though Algeria, they worked hard. They showed plenty of determination. Resilience, but they struggled to create clear opportunities. In that game against Switzerland. But the turning point actually came when Switzerland scored that opening goal. They forced Algeria to start attacking more and creating more space for Switzerland to exploit, on the counter. That second goal really, really was effective. It ended up, they ended up being in a comfortable, spot, in the round of 16. But I think Algeria can still be proud of reaching the knockout stage, because, it's not easy, though they lacked the cutting edge needed, to actually take up that Switzerland side, but at least they looked balanced, confident, and they maintained that level of organization, until the finish. But I feel like Switzerland were more organized in that match and they deserved that victory against Algeria.
Should Balogun's goal, should his red card have been the right call in that match against Bosnia and Herzegovina? And looking at the red card, he's been the best scorer for United States. Is it going to affect them in the next round?
I'm not sure it's going to affect them because they have the likes of, like this Chelsea former guy, what's his name? They have the likes of, Perisic. Is it Perisic? Pulisic, sorry. They have the likes of Pulisic.
Pulisic hasn't got a goal in this tournament.
He hasn't, but he's a very dangerous attacker. He's a very dangerous attacker. Though Balongo was sent off during that round of 32 against Botswana, I feel like the VAR upgraded their how would I put it? They upgraded this challenge to a straight up red card for a serious foul play because that was really not how would I put it, or a good challenge. He deserved that red card. That's what I would say. But I feel like it's still a harsh decision. He was trying to win the ball, but he was trying. He didn't. I would feel he didn't intentionally injure that opponent.
You don't have to intentionally do
That's
something.
What I was saying. He was going for
he
the ball
stepped on his ankle.
In an important match like that, you don't have to give.
He was not
like
close
that.
to the ball. The defender clearly cleared the ball, and you stepped on his ankle. That's the red card every day.
There was a reasonable argument that a yellow card would have been more sufficient than a red card. After that match, the point is they were talking about. They were like a yellow card would have been more better than a red card.
I am looking at this tackle again, and his ankle was bent. You could have injured him for a very long time.
But what you look at is you look at if it's intentional. That was not an intentional.
It doesn't have. You were nowhere close to. He's nowhere close to the ball now. That's a red card.
Well, to me, I would say that it was a harsh decision. That's what I would say. Mm-hmm. That was a harsh decision. They would have preferred to, I would have preferred that they gave him a yellow card and a red card. Okay. That's what I would say in an important match like that. Okay. That's what I would say. He didn't deserve that red card. It's not like he didn't deserve it, but if you look at that incident, it wasn't intentional. He was going after the ball. You understand? But he mistakenly now stepped on the player's, leg, and that resulted in how he went.
Keyword mistakenly. Okay.
That's now
okay.
All right. The other matches to end the preview. We had Canada and South Africa, and for many Africans, it was them supporting the Maple Leafs. 1-0 in the end ended in favor of Canada. And then we had co-host Mexico as well taking on Ecuador. We had Colombia beating Ghana 1-0. Norway defeating Ivory Coast 2-1. Brazil beating Germany, beating Japan 2-1, and Spain beating Austria 3-2. And before we open the phone lines, Daniel, the Golden Boot race, is it a two-horse race now between Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe? Messi has 7 goals. Kylian Mbappe has 6. Erling Haaland has 5.
Rule out Haaland and Harry Kane. I think the 4 of them, Messi, Mbappe, Haaland, and Harry Kane, I think they are the front runners for the Golden Boot. But it all depends on who gets to the later stages of the competition. But in all, I just feel like Mbappe is going to win the Golden Boot.
So for you, Mbappe is winning this Golden Boot.
Yes.
What about you as well too?
Yeah, I would say Lionel Messi. One of the goats, Lionel Messi.
All right, let's head over to the phone lines now. 08109510951 07019339962. Messi, Mbappe, Haaland, Kane, who finishes with the tournament with the Golden Boots. And your take on the other matches that we discussed. Hello, colleague. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to discuss things, but first of all, I want to go back to your meeting in the studio. Sorry.
Yes, go on.
I have to go back to I was the person that called. I didn't start from October. I was the person that called and I asked your colleague to explain to me how Van Dijk is not a world-class player. And I was listening to make his explanation. And to be very honest, I think he ended up saying nothing about it. Because I cannot understand how a player at Van Dijk's level not a defender. And then when he was giving his explanation, he gave an example of Terry, and I think Vidic, for example. I don't know because from his speech and from what he said, I picked out that he's a Manchester United fan. I'm not a Liverpool fan. Neither am I a Van Dijk fan, but we are all football fans. And there is no way in modern day that someone will say that Van Dijk, a defender of that caliber, is world class. Van Dijk is not world class. Huh?
Hello, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
No, I don't understand modern day football. A defender like Van Dijk. If you talk about consistency, if you talk about playing at the highest level, playing in Liverpool at the highest level, winning the Premier League, winning the Champions League, and playing with Dutch national team, he's Dutch captain for God's sake. Consistent performance, and even for the Ballon d'Or for over a decade. Such a player is not world class. I want to understand the definition of world class, please. Because if Van Dijk is not world class, or John Terry is world class, this is world class. It's fun, you know. So anyway,
all right.
Back to highest roster. I think from my own perspective, I look at the younger players. Maybe just having pensioner football, it's playing pensioner football in 12. I feel like you should go for Haaland. If Haaland can stay longer, or maybe Harry Kane or Matthew. And I don't think thank you.
All right, thank you. Daniel, you've got a lot of fans. He said, what is now the definition of world class? What is, there should be a general definition of world class, because he said, how can you say Van Dijk is not world class, but John Terry is world class?
Is that a question? Is that a question? Did you please ask me that question again?
Well, he said, how would you say Van Dijk is not world class, but John Terry is world class?
See,
someone that is captain of the German Dutch national team, Liverpool, won Champions League, won the Premier League, finished in the top 3 of the Ballon d'Or.
For context sake, yeah, Van Dijk is nowhere close to John Terry. Let's acknowledge that fact. When we say world class, we are talking about these performances consistently over the years. Over the years, I don't mean 2 years. I mean over the years. You've done this thing 7, 8, 9, 10 years, and we know that Virgil van Dijk has not. He is a very I don't know if we are missing the point. I did not see Van Dijk is a bad footballer or is a bad defender. Van Dijk is a very good defender. World class is a stretch. He had 2 brilliant seasons. You said he finished top 3. Jorginho finished top 3 as a very important player. We did not see anybody calling Jorginho world class because of that spectacular season. Van Dijk has had incredible seasons for Liverpool. Like you said, he's the captain of Liverpool. He's the captain of the Dutch national team. He's a very good player. But saying Virgil van Dijk is world class, comparing his performances over the years to the likes of John Terry, that is a very huge stretch. The things John Terry has done for football, Van Dijk hasn't come close. It is
Bridges' wife.
I said football. I didn't say life or Bridges. I said football.
For me, I think good afternoon, guys. For me, I think Van Dijk is a world-class player, world-class in all its sense. Many people underrate what Jurgen Klopp did in Premier League because of how good and how excellent Pep Guardiola was for the 10 years he has been manager of over 10 years he has been manager of Man City. What do I mean by this? He came close like thrice or 4 times. And it's basically some of the points were 1 point.
So finishing second.
No, I'm coming.
Okay.
Like one or 2 points. Now, you ask yourself, in the stretch of John Terry, he won a Champions League, 5 Premier League titles. Van Dijk won 2 Premier League titles. A big factor in those seasons too. He won a Champions League too within that stretch. He finished second to a very, very, an outstanding City side, coached by, I think, one of the greatest managers the world have ever seen, Pep Guardiola. So for me, I think he is a world-class player because if you define world-class, you look at performance as an individual, you look at his figures, you could look at overtime, you could look at his national team. Yes, I'm coming. You look at his national team performance. Now you look at his national team performance. Come on, you cannot even rate John Terry with the English team. He did basically nothing for the English national team. Then you look at the Dutch side. Come on, they played in the finals of the Euro League. And you can keep that aside. Winning the Champions League is no mean feat. You get coming into a Liverpool side, winning 2 Premier League titles, finishing second. Very good second. 1 point differentiating between the winners and you for like 2 seasons. For me, I think Van Dijk in all sense is a world-class player. But John Terry may be better. Get my point? Maybe better now, in context.
You can say maybe, not in context.
In context,
there's nothing.
He may be better.
There's nothing you want. There's no metric.
Now I'm coming. Now I'm actually mentioning things. You play for your national team. England is one of the footballing nation in quotes. He did not do outstanding for England. That's a slap on his face.
That is a team.
Oh, now it's a team sports. Liverpool and Chelsea performance is not in sports. You underrate what the likes of Carvalho did in Chelsea.
Because when you want to talk about Premier League defenders,
I'm not judging by 2 seasons. You cannot tell me that if Manchester United, possibly that within that period of Chelsea, that finishes second behind Chelsea, and they had a very good season, and you underrate the performance of players, individual players in that team.
Let me say something.
Liverpool have been coming second behind. Manchester City. They were doing very well. They were outstanding. They were not like finishing 5th, 6th. Jurgen Klopp was finishing second some of those seasons, close 1 point. And one of the most outstanding players were Mane, Salah, Van Dijk. One of the season continue. So for me, I feel judging world class is overtime. It's a marathon. And if you want to judge by marathon, for the past 10 years, Van Dijk has been outstanding in defensively.
For the past 10 years, Van Dijk has not been at Liverpool for 10 years.
I'm talking about the stretch. He may not play for 10 years.
I have watched why I'm saying this in that I have known Van Dijk since he played for Celtic, not just known him.
Yes.
I have been seeing Van Dijk.
My point is, from Celtic. Of 10 years, you want to mention defenders. I may not actually say
now again.
For majority of the 10 years, he has been one of the best center
that is where you people are not getting my point. Now I am telling you this thing you said. Now I agree. If you want to look at the past 10 years, Van Dijk possibly will be top 5, top 3. Yes, he is one, but he is not world class.
He's world class. Oh my goodness.
How do you
What's your metrics for world class now? Somebody won Premier League title. Somebody won Champions League. Was the best player.
It's as simple as that.
He has not been consistent for 10 years.
That was why. No. See,
you have to be consistent.
Do you know that John Terry was in Chelsea team that finished 11th?
Not even present time.
Chelsea team that finished 11th?
I asked this question again. Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question I asked before. Let me ask this question I asked before. Look at Gabriel and Saliba. Let's say in Europe or in European football, they are the best centre back pairing in football right now.
Okay.
Are they world class?
They have not won the Champions League.
They've not won the Champions League. They've not been performing for at least 5 years.
Yes. So now you answer my question.
So Van Dijk has not been performing above 5 years.
At that level as a centre back.
Yes. Did he perform last year? Did he give you the world class vibes?
He did not.
When they won the Premier League
under Arne Slot.
Yes,
he did not.
He won the English Premier League.
He did not. He was not as
he was in contention for 4 trophies.
He was not as good as the Van Dijk that won it under Jurgen Klopp.
Oh my goodness! Well, John Terry as good as
that performance.
That
season, those 2 seasons,
they won the Premier League title.
Those 2 seasons of Van Dijk.
He said he won 5 Premier League titles. The last season before he retired from football.
You
mention that John Terry was was the major figure in that team.
You are taking one John Terry season in past his prime out of the numerous seasons that he has had, and that is very unfair. You are using that particular season to judge him, which is very unfair. Now I'm telling you that the 2 seasons under Jurgen Klopp where he won the Premier League and the Champions League, those are 2 very world class seasons from Van Dijk. Has he been able to produce those seasons consistently? That is my question.
No, you have asked the question. Yes, a very nice question, and I will tell you yes. Yes. Now, thank you very much. Now, I'll tell you yes. The fact that I can give you stats. He won after they bought him for Liverpool. They did not win the Premier League season immediately, and I cannot judge that Bruno Fernandes is not an outstanding player last season, even though they did not win the Premier League title. I'll be unfair to Bruno Fernandes because they did not win the Premier League title, and I will say that Bruno Fernandes. Wait, I'm coming. I'm answering your question. You tell that John Terry, Bruno Fernandes was not an outstanding player for last season. Now I'll leave that again. When he came into that season, he changed the entire Liverpool atmosphere. They did not win the Premier League title for 2 seasons when he was there, and he was one of the best players in that seasons. Then I'll still leave that season again. The next season, the 3rd season, they won the Premier League title. He was one of the best players in that particular team, not just the best player in that particular team, one of the best players in the world. I'll go to the 4th season again. They still competed for titles again. He was still one of the most outstanding players again in the Premier League. The next season, even though in quotes they did not win, they were against a very, very good City side that basically were smashing everybody left, right, and center. They came basically 1 or 2 points behind Manchester City. So if I can mention 5 seasons consistently for a player, come on, give him his flowers. For me, I don't like that idea of measuring successes. Like using a yardstick for somebody has done something for 5 years. Let me respect him for that. In this particular era, in football right now, he's a world-class player. Now, you can tell me now that John Terry, he's my greatest defender of all time, but I will still, as a Chelsea fan that I am, funny enough, I'm a Chelsea fan. As a Chelsea fan that I am, I'll tell you clearly that I love what the likes of Carvalho and Makelele did in our defensive shield for us to win the Premier League title. Not even much of John Terry. So my point is, if Van Dijk, over years, even some of the years they did not win Premier League title, because Chelsea did back-to-back, and for 3 seasons they did not win Premier League title. But John Terry was very, very outstanding in those 3 seasons, even when they did not win titles. That's my point. So you cannot take off a good Van Dijk season because they did not win the Premier League title, and you're telling me just 2 seasons. No, you are not fair to him.
I don't think you can get me on. The question I really want to ask you, Daniel, right here is, for the past 5 seasons in the English Premier League, can you categorically take Van Dijk out of the top 3 best performing defenders?
See, the whole I think the problem you guys are having with me is semantics. I am not saying Van Dijk has not been outstanding. He, like all the seasons you mentioned, you don't have to win a trophy for you to be out. Like you said about Bruno Fernandes, he has been putting up wonderful performances with United without having to win the Premier League, no dispute. But I'm not taking anything away from Van Dijk. I'm not saying Van Dijk has not been a good defender. I'm not saying his performances has not been praiseworthy. But the tag world class, like I said, I mentioned 2 Van Dijk world class seasons. Let's forget about winning the titles. I'm talking about the performances that Van Dijk put out. Do you get me? What I'm saying is those performances, whether he wins a title or not, those performances has he been able to replicate them?
Now you're just mentioning two. That's why I said you're
That's
unfair to him. I said the very first season they did not win the wait, let me land. The very first season they did not win the Premier League title. Van Dijk was outstanding. That's my point. That's my point. My disagreement with you. The very first season he came in, he basically changed the atmosphere of Liverpool defense. They were quite terrible when Matip and Lovren and the likes of them were playing with that defense. He came into the defense. He brought sanity to that defense. That very first season, they didn't win the Premier League title. So will I take off that season and now mention he had the very outstanding season, the 2 seasons they won the Premier League title? I
think going to other clubs. He used to go to other clubs before.
Not even other clubs.
Liverpool makes him look.
No. Don't say that.
Let me make my point. When you are playing team, the players you play with, helps you improve or helps you, go down to. See, Van Dijk is good because the defenders he's playing with are not as good as he is.
No.
I'm telling you the truth. And when he came to Liverpool, I'm telling you now. Okay, which defender?
No, see,
not last season.
That is not it.
We are not talking about last season. I said Liverpool were quite terrible for John Terry.
Before Van Dijk.
See, that's what I'm saying. You cannot judge him as world class because he came into a team that the defense was bad.
That is not even my.
He was doing well because he was the only good player at that moment.
Let's not do that. Let's not downplay Van Dijk, please.
This guy went to Real Madrid, but this is their right back. What is his name? Trent. He went to his abilities, his performance in Liverpool was better off than his performance now in Real Madrid.
Yeah, you could attribute that to injuries,
because he's playing with world class players.
No, that is not it.
Listen, I'm telling you the truth now. When you play with players,
I think
far from
Trent, that's why I said it's opinion thing. I think Trent's issue was basically on
injuries.
It's a system issue. To adapt to the new system. As a right back in Liverpool, you can afford to go forward because they play basically parallel DMs. Like if you are playing Wijnaldum, Henderson, and maybe your name again. I'm trying to get the name now. Henderson. No, not Philippe Coutinho. When they were winning the league, like I don't want to even mention Alcantara. They were parallel defenders. Henderson and Wijnaldum. I'm trying to get the last name. It's also
Fabinho.
No, Fabinho was the first nine.
Fabinho was the DM. Fabinho was the DM.
I said Fabinho, thank you.
Yes.
No, I was thinking was Firmino you were talking about.
No,
Fabinho. Now these three guys were parallel. So Fabinho can afford to step back
and cover the right back,
So you cannot get that shield when you're playing in a Real Madrid side that they expect you to do 100 on your own. So for me, this argument, I feel world class is in context. Best players, in your own opinion, is in context. Even some of these.
So what is the context? What is your context of the world class?
Like now, a simple example. Now we are seeing people winning man of the match because of popularity. Some of them don't deserve it. Some of them. Ronaldo winning the man of the match in that game, I think it was disrespect and disservice to other players. Same with Yamal. Same with Lionel Messi.
Yes.
You get a lot of people put in good stats in that particular game. So I think all these things are basically opinion of people.
So what's your opinion of a world-class player?
My opinion of a world-class player is a player that's coming to a game, coming to a team in a club context, coming to a team, influence the way they play. Then they start yielding results.
Okay.
That's a world-class player. What do I mean by this? A Bruno Fernandes coming to a terrible Manchester United team at that particular point in time. They start yielding results. Since the atmosphere changed. A Rooney comes into a Manchester United. We saw a different kind of United, the way they play. A Cristiano Ronaldo coming to a Real Madrid. We see the atmosphere change. That's a definition of a player that comes in, influence the system. That's a world-class player. That's a player of his own class. A player will go into a Juventus team and he change the way they play.
Just to add to it, what Priye just said there, I think a world-class player for me is a player who comes into a team, masters his position, and as an imposes himself on that position over at least 5 seasons. And I think Van Dijk has ticked all of these boxes. Forget about winning the English Premier League. We've seen times where...
You tell me that Vidic is not a world-class player. Vidic is a world-class player. But I will not compare...
Vidic won PFA Player of the Year back-to-back.
And I will not compare a Vidic now. I will not compare a Vidic now with a Cannavaro. My opinion, I think Cannavaro is better. But they are all world-class players. That's my point. I think it was even on popularity contest that Van Dijk did not even win that.
Another person you could look at is Pavel Nedved.
Exactly.
Let's get back.
Pavel Nedved.
Now, would I want to put Thomas Rosicky in that bracket? These are all world class players. Let me just stick to Pavel Nedved. But he wasn't really opportune to win trophies.
You're talking about that.
I
What
wasn't
about,
even talking. I have
Legendary
not, I have not spoken about trophies since I started this conversation. All I have been saying.
No, you talked about Van Dijk. You talked about Van Dijk.
I have been saying. I mentioned no. What I said. See, you people are misunderstanding me. I highlighted those 2 seasons, and what I talked about were his performances. Nothing concerning the trophies. I don't care about the trophies.
Simple question now. The first season he came in, they did not win the Premier League title. Will you say he had a bad performance? He's not influenced at Liverpool team.
I have never said
not only that.
Anything about
that.
So that
Away from the seasons where he won the English Premier League, has Van Dijk been instrumental and more or less like a determining factor in the central defense of Liverpool? Away from those 2 seasons that he won the English Premier League, very well.
Of course, he has.
In fact, you can't write the story. You can't write the story of Liverpool central defense for the past 5 seasons without putting the name Virgil van Dijk in it.
Now, those other 3 seasons that he has been out, that he has been very good, would you place them on par with those 2 seasons I mentioned?
Yes.
Yes. You would.
Yeah, the very first season he came in.
And then this conversation is over now.
He left Southampton for that Liverpool side. I saw a smooth Liverpool team.
Oh my God.
I complained about Liverpool for a long time. I felt the missing piece for Liverpool to win the Premier League title. Then you were having free-flowing players like Coutinho, Mane. That particular point in time, they were all crazy. Front line, their front line were crazy. They were getting the figures. But if you counter them, you punish them. If they lose the ball, you punish them. The man came into the team, and Liverpool became like a solid rock behind. So for me, I feel.
I think they were still conceding a lot of goals till Alisson came in. So
even against
they considered a lot of goals till Alisson came in.
Now one thing is this. One thing is this.
Of course, yes.
Daniel, one thing is this. You talked about 2 seasons where he won the English Premier League. See, it's a collective effort to win the English Premier League. Likewise, it's a collective effort not to win the English Premier League.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that Van Dijk wasn't putting in the shift.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, the reason why I'm saying this is he has stayed through. See, it's no fluke that Matip paired with him left. Konate, who is even younger, paired with him, and Konate is out. Now I can mention Lovren also paired with him, left. Now who has been consistent? It has been Virgil van Dijk. It's for a reason. The fact that he doesn't win the English Premier League season after season.
I will tell you for free. Chelsea suffered for 3 seasons. We had a John Terry, the captain of that team. Chelsea, it was difficult for Chelsea to win the Premier League title. Some of the seasons, Chelsea finished 3rd. Immediately, we had Cahill. We started seeing a little bit of stability. Cahill pairing with John Terry. That was when Carlo Ancelotti won another Premier League title after some couple of years. Then it took a change of system again for us to have 3 at the back. John Terry was not even a regular then. The 4th season they won the Premier League title under the 5th season, that was Conte. The 4th season was under Jose Mourinho. Jose Mourinho season 2, he paired with Cahill. Cahill made him better. Those 2 seasons.
Do you believe Dayo Upamecano has been the stonewall of Bayern's defense for the last 4 or 5 years?
No. Like I mean, in what context?
Do you believe he has been their Van Dijk, so to say?
No.
They've not had a bad defense, but say since Dayo Upamecano came into the Bayern side, do you believe he has been the stonewall of that defense? Do you believe he has been the marshal of that defense?
I think, to be fair to Upamecano, I'm not a fan of Upamecano because I've seen him make
I'm just trying to make it. Everybody eats football
in quality games.
Everybody
games
does.
You expect him.
Everybody does.
Him to be outstanding. Like what I mean by this is, we have moments for footballers. Every player have their moment. A particular moment that will make you an icon. This is different from you being a world class. And I've seen situations where Upamecano could have made his team turn into a different level. Some couple of Champions League seasons. But let me just leave that aside.
No, I just want you to answer my question.
I understand your question. I feel Bayern Munich, even over time, so even last season, they have not been fantastic. Maybe the league is weaker. I feel that's not a great team defensively. That you look at that team, you look at Bonucci, Chiellini, and Barzagli. I remember that Juventus side. I think there's nothing spectacular about Bayern Munich defense. I think what is smooth about Bayern Munich right now is the front line. I'm actually driving to a point.
So you want to tell me that the in the light of their midfield and their attack is free flowing, so their defense is non-existent.
Not being non-existent. I think it's not a fantastic. Get my point. Upamecano and the likes of Sole and all of them, they have not been outstanding. Like, I've not seen that very where you hear that these people, they don't go 10 seasons without conceding a goal, 10, 20 games without conceding a goal, or do some things like everybody say, what, something is cooking in that defense. You go to Champions League and maybe you not concede to the final, and you say there's something about this Bayern Munich defense. I think they have not been Bayern Munich naturally, even the German teams naturally, they don't have those outstanding players. That's one unique thing about German teams and even the national team. They don't play to have star men. Anybody can punish you. From the likes of Ballack, when you have Ballack, you still have Klose, you still have other players. They play for each other. You still have Müller and all. So for me, I feel that team, Bayern Munich team, they don't have that, how will I put it, that very, very spectacular defense for me to say Upamecano did something to make this team this way.
So since 2018,
you can tell me about PSG. I will tell you about Thiago Silva.
No, I'm not even going. I'm not even going there. I'm not going there.
I
just wanted to use that Upamecano as a benchmark. So let's go over to the French national team. Since the retirement of Raphael Varane, has Dayot Upamecano been the main man in the defense for the French national team?
Now ask myself, how many competitions has the French team played after the retirement of Varane? I think it's just the Euros.
The 2022 World Cup.
2022 World Cup.
We are seeing this World Cup again. We've seen Nations League.
And the last World Cup he paired with Upamecano. Varane.
Did Varane play the last World Cup?
He did not play the last World Cup. That's my question. That's what I'm looking at.
No, I'm asking about
now, if you look at this current state, I will not judge them till they win the World Cup.
No, I'm talking about
I will not talk about Upamecano have been outstanding till possibly they meet the Brazil. They meet where you turn them into legends.
Okay.
Where you have those moments. I think I will not judge him till when it comes to the end, the cross line. Like what we talk about Kante. You look at Kante performance against Real Madrid. You look at Kante performance against Manchester United. You look at Kante performance against Croatia. You look at not Croatia, the semi-finals. I think it should be Belgium. You look at Kante performance even in the quarterfinals of that World Cup they won. I will tell you, Kante was outstanding in that defensive midfield role in France. But you want to tell me, say, you go, Lawrence, do something for that World Cup and win. So I think Upamecano have not actually made something unique for me to call him even world class. What you want to try to paint? I don't know if you get it. He has not done anything.
I wasn't even going to call him world class.
He has not done anything in football.
He's not even close. He's not even close. He's not even close to that. So finally, to buttress my point on this Van Dijk team, all the seasons you've called are incredible seasons. I have nothing against the man. He's a fantastic defender in his own right. He's in the last 5-10 years, he has been one of the best defenders in the world. My point is that no matter the trophies, I don't care about the trophies. It's always a team effort. I know that sometimes, yes, there can be some dividing factors. It is always a team effort. But if those 2 seasons, the season where he finished, I think, 3rd or 2nd in Ballon d'Or, and the season where Liverpool won, I think Liverpool won the Champions League, and the next season where they won the Premier League, those 2 performances were worthy of the tag world class. I think if you called Van Dijk world class in those 2 seasons, I would totally agree with you because everybody saw it. But if you are able to put up those performances over the years, we can beat our chest and say, okay, history has pinned you as well. In Liverpool, he's a hero. I don't think you can draw any Liverpool all-time XI without pinning Virgil van Dijk in there, because of what he has done for the club. No, it's not sentiment. Now, this thing you are talking about, you and Osas talked about coming to a team and changing the whole atmosphere. We've seen players do it for mid-table clubs all over. They don't have to win anything, but their presence there alone turns everything around. But you won't tell me those players are world class because they've not kept those standards over the years. That is my own point. I don't care about winning titles.
That's why I said over the years, Van Dijk is still playing. First of all, he's not retired, and I think over the years, for the past 6 years, that I've watched Van Dijk play consistently every week. Not when he was playing in Celtic, I'll see some couple of games. I mean, consistently when he is playing, I think Van Dijk is a quality and outstanding player,
defender,
and a world-class player. That's why I will call Francesco Totti a world-class player when he's playing in Rome. When he's playing in Rome,
of course, Totti is world-class.
I will call a Nedved world-class. Even when he's playing at that particular time when Juve were struggling. I will call a certain Sergio Ramos, world class.
He's not a starting Sergio Ramos now. Sergio Ramos is not a starting Sergio Ramos.
Sergio Ramos can be erratic sometimes. But I'm talking about a certain Sergio Ramos. Some persons may not like him as a player.
But you
because
cannot
in the
deny
dominance of the Barcelona Real Madrid era, he dominated the Champions League. But because of his irrational character sometimes, they struggled in the league. So in this particular period, I will tell you that Sergio Ramos is a world-class player. So some seasons, some players become very, very good. We've seen even in those periods where some seasons you see Xavi and Iniesta, they may not give you that top performance, but they are world-class players. That's my point. And Van Dijk is still playing football. Let us allow him still play 3-4 seasons.
He can't play 3. We know that.
But for me, I think it's actually Ovie. He's actually a world-class player. Well, in your own context of the conversation, but Van Dijk is a world-class player.
All right, let's head over to the phone lines. I've been seeing it buzzing, but I just wanted the guys to land. 0810-9510 Vice finish as per UDC. 0810-9510-951 and 0701-933-9962. Hello, good afternoon.
Presenter, my name is Osas.
All right, Osas, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so my brother, I really want to just hit on that video and that is a world-class player. To me, he's a world-class player. I am so, the other of your colleague there, I would say he's speaking from the two sides of his mouth. And one other one, if you understand this platform is to educate people. How do you tell me that Liverpool came to Liverpool because Liverpool were poor defensively? It's totally, I can't see it's too poor of him to say something like that. This is, you are educating people. You are telling the world that this is how we should learn. We are learning. Virgil van Dijk has a world-class player. I agree with your colleague, the other of your colleague there. He's a total world class. What makes up a world class player? How can your colleague there be speaking from the two sides of his man? He's not a world class player because he had 2 seasons, he had 3 seasons, and this, that. I don't really understand. Please, you boys educate the public. You understand? You should analyze it very well. What makes up a world class player? Whether 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, but even once it is for you to really assess the quality player, the standard of a player. So Virgil van Dijk to me is a world-class player. No two ways about it. Thank you. That's my take.
All right, thank you. 0810-9510951 0701-933-9962. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, who am I speaking with?
Yeah, my name is Chibike, calling from Choba.
Chibike, give us your thoughts.
Okay, I want to add concerning the discussion on right now. Where one of your colleagues said that Van Dijk is not a world-class player. It's very quite unfortunate that somebody that has been consistent in Liverpool. In fact, last season he played 38 matches. 38 matches. Previous season he played about 35 matches consistently. And remember that you cannot be alone in this defensive kind of a team. Why did I say so? Van Dijk had been pairing with French players. Are you getting me? He mentioned John Terry. John Terry was playing with very good defenders too. But Van Dijk has been carrying all.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So Van Dijk is a world-class player. Van Dijk is a world-class player. I don't know the definition why your colleague said he's not a world-class, but from the football we have been watching over the years, past 10 years, Van Dijk is a world-class player. He can bring him into a discussion with the likes of Van Dijk, John Terry, Ferdinand, Ramos. Are you getting? He's not that rugged kind of defender. That's the only thing. He's not that rugged kind.
All right, thank you. 0810-9510951 Before we head over to look at the round of 16 and do we preview of the matches to come. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Yes, this is. All right, looks like a drop call situation there. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Simon is my name.
All right, Simon, give us your thoughts.
Okay, it's really surprising.
Hello, Simon. Hello. All right, Simon, do call back. We couldn't get you. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not calling from Alo.
Right, give us your thoughts.
Yes. I want to speak concerning this English national team. I think if they manage to, I see them possibly passing through this round of 16 phase. But if they manage to do that, I don't think if they eventually pass over the quarterfinals, they will really struggle. Why am I saying this? Because if you look at their offensive structure, you can see that there is void in there. And it's not even as if defensively they are that amazing. You look at like a certain, you see what it means, Spencer at the right back. These are not the kind of players that you can go into the World Cup and beat your chest that you are going to come out amazingly. But let us look at the offensive side. At the left wing forward, they have Gordon. The right wing forward, they have Noni Maduki. These are not the kind of players that you go into the World Cup that can give you those desired results. Just a few moments ago, you guys were talking about France. How they have a certain Dembele, have a certain Julie, they have Mbappe, the like. Can you match Dembele with Noni Maduki? No, you cannot. Can you match Doyle with Gordon? Of course, you still cannot. So these are some of the problems why the English national team they are struggling. I tell you, even with one leg, Bukayo Saka is 100 times better with Noni Madueke. I'm an Arsenal fan. I watch them week in, week out. Noni Madueke is not that kind of player that can, from his own half, they can make all of those tricky moves. You know, they want to get to the opposition box, the final thought, begin to have decisive issues, that cross, that pass, see. So these are some of the things why the English side they are suffering. But if they can be able to rest Noni Madueke, bring in Bukayo Saka, because we know that it's not 100% fit. But the last game, when he came in and sub, we saw the productivity brought into the team. There are some certain players that when they come into the team, their presence alone, it inspires the rest of their teammates around. Bukayo Saka is such a player. So if they can bring him in their next game as their starter, and then forget anything about Rashford. For now, Rashford has been his partner in that English with Gordon. And then in the left back position, that sort of the player should be put back in the bench. Bring one certain sponsor, from Aston Villa. Bring those players to the team. At least they will do better. Because the quality here, although their quality cannot match that of France or that of England, no. With the kind of qualities they have, I know that they can be able to get at least to the semi-finals level if the appropriate players are put in place. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. 08109510951. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes.
Today95.1fm.
Yes, who am I speaking with?
Amos, the Barcelona legend.
All right, Amos, give us your thoughts.
Yes, I my regards to all of you over there.
Yes, we greet you as well.
Today, my man, I hail you.
He stepped out, but yes.
Okay. See, to be frank with you, Van Dijk is not just a world-class player, but extremely world-class player. You understand? Even though Upamecano as it stands now is a world-class player, he's an exceptional defender. And let me tell you, the national team football is the highest form of football. You see, the World Cup, the national team football, mostly at the World Cup, is the highest form of football. Because in club side, you can lose today, then make up tomorrow. But national team football, as you lose, you are out. You should understand. Is it your Upamecano that I watched for the last World Cup and I am still seeing in this World Cup that is not a world-class player? See, when John Terry, during Mourinho's era, mind you, the system of play protected him. I'm not saying he's not a good player. John Terry was a world-class player. But the system of play where Gallas will be there, Cavallo, Mourinho will play both Gallas, William Cavallo, three central defenders. Then he will play Mikel Obi, Etienne, Lampard, all protecting him. So the system of play, even somehow, will protect you as a defender. Do you understand? To me, John Terry is not even as good as this guy. He's not good as Van Dijk. To me, when you are talking about the greatest EPF defenders, Van Dijk should be among. To me, Van Dijk is one of the greatest ever. I'm not a fan of Liverpool. I don't support Liverpool. But John Terry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So Van Dijk, to me, is one of the greatest ever EPL defenders. Do you understand? And Ramos is not a certain defender. I don't support Real Madrid, but he's one of the greatest ever. When we are talking about greatest ever, you can talk of Nesta, Maldini, then Ramos can come in. So Ramos is not just a certain defender. One of the greatest ever that we are talking about. So Van Dijk is a world-class player. He's a world-class player. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 08109510951. The phone lines are 0701933990. That's for the SMS, and the WhatsApp portal will be taking a preview of the matches to be played in the round of 16 in a bit.
Made you strong.
Yeah, the phone lines are still open. 0810-951-0951, 0701-933-9960. Let's take this call before we head over to the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Ajibola from Oji.
Ajibola, give us your thoughts.
It's not quite long to my radio. So is it is it comparison between Terry and Van Dijk or
No. It's no comparisons. It's just if Virgil van Dijk is a world-class player or not.
The guy is a world-class player, but when you look at football, before you grant a defender that word world-class player, must have done experience. Van Dijk is a good defender and a very consistent. But at the level you can put him, you cannot put him in a level from some level of a John Terry. I don't think he has achieved up. He's not with Liverpool. Before Van Dijk came to Liverpool have already picked him. And the success Liverpool recorded is not just Van Dijk effort. Like of Mane and Salah, they were the ones that really promoted the glory of that club. So that's player. I've been consistent for a year, 2 years now, and that has been consistent. But if they have not played for Liverpool, you wouldn't have been calling that, giving that action. So yeah, that's my whole point.
All right, thank you. Let's head over to the SMS and the WhatsApp before we continue with the calls. This one, Anas from Moji says world class and Van Dijk. Lol. More like a world class to a car. This one from the SMS from the WhatsApp portal says Today FM, Virgil is a total world class. Can your colleague mention only 2 players who has outperformed Van Dijk for the past 5 years in England? He even mentioned Jude Bellingham as a world class. Please, how is the consistency of Jude and what has he won? Pedri has been better than him. Sakalu. Still, Enes from what you says, lol. Someone said that Van Dijk is better than Terry. Lol. Van Dijk that can't chase a player. Still from the WhatsApp. Oh, this is quite long. It says, lol, Daniel is very funny. Van Dijk redefined the style of defense. They changed the way defenders defend these days. Is the modern game icon of defenders. How can that guy say he's not world class? Please, who were the defenders pairing alongside Van Dijk in the last 10 years? And who created the defenders pairing alongside John Terry throughout his time at Chelsea? Van Dijk did not influence Liverpool style of defending. Influenced the Premier League style of defending for 5 good years. Go and check the Premier League defenders of that time. They want to play like Van Dijk. That is who a great player is. Check the statistics of the Premier League last season and you see the best headed clearance in the Premier League, the best ground clearance in the Premier League, the best tackles won in the Premier League. Van Dijk is easily in the top 2 or top 3 of defenders despite having a bad season with Liverpool. Still from the WhatsApp portal, so says I'm not a fan of Van, but I would not agree that he is not a world-class player. For the last couple of years in Europe and the world in general, Van has stood as one of the central defenders. Liverpool did not have a great run last season. They didn't have a great run last season, but they have been very competitive for a couple of years. Who has contributed to these glories for Liverpool? Of course, Van. He's a great player. I am sure you can't mention 3 defenders without Van. My name is Senibo Ima Tulufari from Rupoku. I hope I didn't murder that name. NS will not let me rest. Say make Messi catch Van Dijk 1-on-1. Tweka. Let's head over to the SMS. Kenneth from Igbo is saying special greetings to you guys in the studio. Please, Daniel, you are completely unprofessional on your analysis of Virgil van Dijk. Please, you guys should tell him that children are also listening. Daniel is right to have his own thoughts, and it's his own thoughts, it's his own personal decision, and I'm sure you guys have your own personal views too on that too. To call him unprofessional about that is quite wrong. Ima Don texting from Uyo says, guys, please leave that guy. Please leave that guy. Everybody is entitled to his own opinion. Van Dijk won UEFA Player of the Season and other individual awards. He's a world-class player to me from Imadon in New York. Well, just what I was saying. And he's entitled to his own opinion. 08109510951 0701-933-9962. From the WhatsApp portal says, good afternoon, my brother. My name is Chidi Obijeze, aka Bonanza Bless God. John Terry retired many years ago. Still, Van has not equaled his goal tally. But I'm not going to leave Van Dijk. No be Van Dijk we start this conversation with. Now, World Cup we start this conversation with now, and I don't jump. But let's continue with the World Cup. 081095109510701933996. Let's head over to the preview of the matches. But before I do that, let me take this call. Hello, Kale. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Tambod. I'm calling you from Mano.
Yeah, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, for me, I think I kind of start with the listing of Daniel because I recently checked the defenders that we currently have in world football. I discovered that I think we are losing this thing. We are not focusing on defense because we can't see a world-class defender currently on in the market. I mean, I have defenders we're having in those days. Take defenders we're having and take Van Dijk. I think you will not really put them. If you ask me to mention world-class defenders, I think Van Dijk will not even come to my head. Will not even make my top 15 list or even top 20. So probably after Kada will find it. When you talk of if you begin mention world-class defenders, I think you will not be putting Van Dijk there. So we are not even having world-class defenders currently. There is no world-class apart from the one that Saliba is doing with Arsenal. Probably if we continue what he's doing with Arsenal for a long time, we can now be seen as a world-class defender. But for Van Dijk, no, it's a no for me.
All right. Mm-hmm. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, I read the guys in the house. Bolobari.
Yes, as a Liverpool fan, I want to ask that guy that is in that house that when Van Dijk entered Liverpool, and he should check from when Van Dijk entered Liverpool to this particular time. Check how many times will Liverpool no day for continent for Europe. Then he will take classify that one, waiting if he make a world class defender or not. Then the John Terry, how many times that John Terry go to World Cup for his represent England, and how many times Van Dijk has went to World Cup to represent his own national team. And in England, the individual award that in Europe, how many one way Van Dijk win, then how many one way John Terry win. Then when they put those ones side by side, then check out if Van Dijk no four categories of world class defender. If in they talk about world class defender, me I don't know where in the from they talk about the world class defender. But if he don't play local football once, he will know how football is. Because so many of us we just dey credit football. We no know say the way football dey, no be so e dey when you enter for pitch. So any person wey sit down talk say Van Dijk no be world class player, me I no know how I wan take talk am because I no know either na Chaloba na him go answer say him be world class defender. If Bellingham be world class player, then wetin classify Van Dijk wey fit no fit make am world class defender. But me, I don't know how they make say their own. Just like wetin una say, everybody dey entitled to his own opinion. But you get some opinion, and when you talk am, it will be like say make person head crazy. Now you just say like wetin this guy talk now. Because for the past 7 years, as a Liverpool fan and a football follower, I no see any defender in the past 7 years for England for this Premier League. When I go fit say 1, 2, 3, 4, where Van Dijk not dey inside. Charlie, the Arsenal guy, Saliba that is talking about, how many years Saliba has played for England, and where they say you won't even talk about. So talking about world class or no world class, I don't know how he classify Van Dijk not to be among world class. But I ask him those individual awards and World Cup the appearance, make him tell me then Marcy where Van Dijk and John Terry dey. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kabulu Barry. 0810-951-0951,
European footballing nation in the round of 32. And coming up against Canada, no disrespect to them, but they are not on the same level quality-wise as these other teams that Morocco has faced in the past. And Morocco replicates the same performances we've seen from the group stage till this round of 32. I think they're going to get the better of Canada in this one. But then again, it's football and it's a tournament. Anything can happen. But if I am going by stats and if I'm going by previous performances head to head and player qualities, I think the Moroccans have the better of the Canadians in this one.
Marvin, 4 tries, they couldn't do it against the Moroccans, but the Canadians have this kind of fire under them. And then again, you have to say, being co-host also gives you that edge, gives you that spirit. You're playing in front of your fans, in front of your country. Could that give Canada the edge over Morocco, who are the African champions?
I can say that playing in the playing in the presence of your fans, as the co-host, it can give you that energy, because yes, you want to give the fans what they want to see. You want to make them proud, but it's like we say, it's the game of football, and we cannot just judge by that only. This is one of the most evenly matched stars. Canada have impressed with their energy and attacking football, but you can see Morocco, they continue to show why they are one of the toughest defensive teams in international football. So my opinion, I feel like this could easily go to extra time, because I think Morocco's experience in knockout football gives them a slight advantage, but Canada have the home crowd, like you said, behind them, so it might give them that edge, like you said. But I see this game, like going into extra time. I feel my prediction is that Morocco will win that game. Let's say by 2-1. But it's going to be a tough game. Let's just say that it's going to be a tough game. So let's just watch how it's going to play out. But I feel like Morocco is going to win that game.
All right, the next match is going to be Paraguay against France. It's still going to be today. And we all know that Paraguay have given us the biggest shock of the event, knocking out 4-time champions Germany. But for France, they have been the best side. 30 goals in 4 matches and at least 3 in every game. Kylian Mbappe now has more World Cup knockout goals than anyone in football history, 10. And in 1998 round of 16, France needed a 114th minute golden goal from Laurent Blanc to get past this same opponent, Paraguay. Can they do it once again? Michael Olise just needs 1 more assist to equal Pele's single tournament World Cup record of 6 set in 1970. And Opta has given France 80.3% win probability, as Paraguay have never beaten France in 5 meetings. Well, I expected that to be higher than 80%. Don't you think, Daniel? France, Paraguay should be a whitewashing.
It's going to be a walkover. I think I've studied the South Americans, and they are a little bit more aggressive than the other continents in this World Cup, and France are not out for that. They will play to their strengths, and we all know that their strength is creating and scoring goals and embarrassing teams, and I think that is exactly what is going to happen. So for Paraguay, it's just a thing of, let's keep the scoreline respectable. Let's just go with the regular 3-1 or 3-0, 4-0. So it's going to be a walkover for France. I think at this point they should be looking at the next stage of the competition.
Marvin, Paraguay,
France.
Dembele is just, I say Dembele. Kylian Mbappe is just 1 goal behind Lionel Messi for the golden boots. The man seems to score every match, and it's not just 1 goal. Scoring at least twice.
He's definitely going to score in this match against Paraguay, because the guy has been ruthless. He has been ruthless. I think France will enter this match as clear favorites. And after their win against Sweden, their 3-0 win against Sweden, see Kylian Mbappe leading the attack. He has been very ruthless. Why their defense, like I mentioned earlier, into the show, that they have a very solid defense. So Paraguay, may have shocked Germany, but this one is going to be a different game, different game entirely, because France is not Germany. France, they have too much quality to be stopped. If they play at their normal level, they have too much quality to be stopped. But Paraguay might make it difficult, but I think France would definitely, break them down. And I see Mbappe, scoring another goal, in that match. So I feel like France, they are the favorites. They have too much quality in that squad to win that match against Paraguay.
All right, the next match is going to be tomorrow, where we enter day 2, and it's going to be Brazil against Norway to open things up at the MetLife Stadium. And the winner of is either Mexico or England. For Brazil, they'll be without Rafinha and Lucas Paqueta, who are both ruled out on injury, and Casemiro might be a fitness doubt. For Norway, they are back into the knockout stage for the first time since France '98, built almost entirely around Erling Haaland, who has scored 5 goals and found the net in every match he has started, including the late winner in which they did eliminate Ivory Coast. For Norway, they have never lost to Brazil in 4 all-time meetings, including the 2-1 win in the only other time they've met at the World Cup, which was in 1998. Haaland has scored 50% of Norway's 10 tournament goals. The other 5 came from 5 different players. For Brazil's Bruno Guimarães leads the tournament with 4 assists. Only Pele has recorded more for Brazil in a single World Cup. Brazil, Norway, Daniel, no Paqueta, no Rafinha, Casemiro might be injured. Norway look to be, or the Vikings look to be raiding every other national team they come across. Erling Haaland being the leader of that ship. Can they do the same against the Seleção?
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough fixture there. Looking at this Norwegian side, they are so compact. They're a very compact side, and we know that they also have the X factor in Erling Haaland. I mean, that man is a robot. In the last game, the last game they played against Ivory Coast, you could see that in the first half he was almost non-existent, but when he was required to come up with the goal, that one chance that he had to put the ball in the back of the net, he actually did put the ball in the back of the net. And if you look at this Brazilian defense, yes, they've held their own in this World Cup, but they are not so much fantastic per se. We know that Gabriel Magalhães and Marquinhos are very good defenders on their day, but since they've been in these Brazil shirts, they've not been outstanding to see. And Erling Haaland, we know, has been able to breach the best of defenses that we've seen in world football. So it's going to be a battle of who needs the game more, because Brazil in their own right have fantastic players, the likes of Vinicius Junior, Mateus Cunha. We have Neymar Junior on the bench, Gabriel Martinelli, who came on to score the winner in the last game. So the two sides are with players who can take the game by the scruff of the neck and ensure that their country wins it. So in that game between Brazil and Norway, it's going to be a matter of who produces more quality and who is willing to take the game more. And I just think that Brazil might just edge this one against Norway.
Marvin, Brazil, Vinicius Junior has been on a roll for Brazil. Can the man be a factor, a big factor in them getting past Norway? And have Norway been a big surprise for you in the tournament, getting this far into the tournament?
I wouldn't say they have been a big surprise. I knew that they will go this far because they have, good players. They have people like, Odegaard. They have Erling Haaland. At least they have, matching good, players that can actually, carry them to that, to this position that they have found themselves. And so I knew that they would get to this, stage. But this one could be one of the best matches in the round of 16. It's going to be kind of unpredictable for me because Brazil and Norway, like you said about the players that are going to be, that are not going to be present in that match. But we still have the likes of Vinicius Junior, like you said. You have the likes of Rodrigo, Bruno Guimarães, that might pose a threat to that Norway team. But Norway will rely heavily on Erling Haaland and Martin Odegaard to bring in that magic for them. But I feel like Norway have enough quality to trouble Brazil. But I know Brazil have qualities too in their team, but Norway have enough quality to trouble Brazil. But I think Brazil will have to, be, putting their all in that match. They don't have to come into that match like every other match they have played. They have to know that this match, can go, either ways. They need to come into that match with everything they have, because no way that team can take them by surprise. The team can take them by surprise, but Norway definitely have a lot of hope. Even if Brazil they have squad depth, I feel like Norway they have hopes in this match. So I feel like Brazil shouldn't take this one likely. They should put in their best, put in their all, if they want to move into the next round.
It's time to go to the market. We'll pay some bills, and when we come back to this Sports Live continues in the next 30, 20.
Goals, 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 goals.
For England, they've scored more freely as Harry Kane has 5 goals, Jude Bellingham has 2 plus an assist. And this will be England's first match at the Azteca in 40 years. Their last visit was the infamous 1986 quarterfinals defeat to Argentina and Diego Maradona's hand of God. The stadium sits as roughly 2,200 meters above sea level, a genuine physical variable that neither side can train around. For Mexico, they are the only second team since 1994 to keep clean sheets in each of their first 4 World Cup matches after Switzerland in 2006. Mexico have lost just twice in 89 competitive matches at the Azteca. Both were qualifiers, never a World Cup match. And England have failed to score in the first half in 3 straight matches at this tournament. Daniel, Mexico haven't considered a goal all through tournament. They are right behind their fans, the Azteca. We all know how the atmosphere is at that stadium. England, as you've said, we're talking about this, being carried by the star performers. Maybe some will say it's luck and no, but can they get past the Mexicans?
I was just scrolling through social media before you asked me this question, and I saw some of the English players saying that the Mexicans actually have the advantage and they are more like underdogs. And I was like, okay, even if you've not been so good in this tournament, you are England. You shouldn't be coming out to say that you are underdogs just because Mexico has the home advantage and they've been actually very good in this World Cup. But if we look at it footballing wise, the Mexicans have been free flowing. They score goals and they've not conceded any so far in this World Cup. And the English side score goals too, but playing wise, they've been struggling. So this matchup is going to be a very interesting one because the Mexicans are looking to create more history and they're going to be in front of their fans. Like they said, like you said, they've not lost at the Aztec for a while now, and the English side has not inspired so much confidence so far coming to this fixture. So it's going to be a 50-50 game for me. I think I'm going to go for the Mexicans on this one. Let me just be that guy. Let me be that guy and go for the Mexicans, because I think if the English side are to win this one, that means a lot of things are going to change and they are going to put up a very, very brilliant performance to go past this Mexican side. But from what we're seeing so far, like I said, I'll be that guy and I'll tip the Mexicans to win this one.
Marvin, can the Mexican defense expose the star power really lacking when they take on England? You look at the Kane and Bellingham have been firing for England. Can the defense finally expose that they rely on star power too much?
Well, I feel like this game, the defense, like England, like looking at their last game against Congo, they started off really slow, and England they cannot how would I put it, they cannot afford to make that same mistake, going against Mexico, starting off really slow, because Mexico will come into that game pressing aggressively and they will make life really uncomfortable for England, because that game they're going to fight in that game. It's not a game that, will be, casual. That game is going to be really intense, because Mexico, they will definitely want to make it to that, round of 16. Same with England. But I feel like Mexico, they have this passionate home support, and that might be, a difficult challenge for England too. But England, they possess more individual talent. Like, they have more talent in their squad, but they don't really look convincing just based on their last game against Congo, because they played really slow. This game they will have to bring more aggressive play. They will have to the intensity between the game between the players have to be top notch. They don't have to play like they're sleeping in the pitch, because Mexico is not going to take it lightly with them. So I feel like even if they have Hurricane and all that, they should not just rely on Hurricane and the Stars to do all that. They still need to, play, like a team. Everybody need to put in, their own, roles, need to come in and, deliver for the team, not just leaving it all for Hurricane to do the magic for them, because this is the game of football. Anything can happen. They can play all draws and go into, penalty shootout, and Mexico can come out and win. So, England shouldn't take this too for, granted. They should understand that this is not like the Congo match. This is Mexico. This is round of 16. The game is becoming more serious, and as they're advancing to the finals, they should know that every stage now is comes with its own challenges and all that. So they need to take this very serious. This is not the group stage anymore. This is round of 16. So they are getting to the finals. They need to know that this is business. So that's why I just feel that England should make sure that they don't underrate Mexico. They should play Mexico like they are playing France or all these top other strong national teams in the World Cup.
All right, the next match after that. After that, we head into day 3, and it could be the biggest match: Portugal against Spain. A derby, if you want to call it. Spain will arrive unbeaten and still yet to concede a goal in 4 matches, powered by 18-year-old Lamine Yamal. For Portugal, it's been rough for them. Draws with the Democratic Republic of Congo and Colombia, and then routing Uzbekistan 5-0. And then you have to look about that 94th minute winner from Goncalo Ramos when they did beat Croatia 2-1. And this teams do have history as Portugal beat Spain on penalties in the 2025 UEFA Nations League final after a 2-0 draw, with Ronaldo scoring in that game too. For Spain, they haven't considered in 4 matches the deepest defensive run left in the competition. Ronaldo has scored in 3 of Portugal's 4 matches at a high expected goal rate, and Yamal and Oyarzabal have combined for 5 Spain goals. All-time head-to-head, Spain lead 17 wins to 6 with 17 draws across 41 meetings. Daniel, how much of a midfield battle is this going to be?
Like I said, football is not played on paper. On paper, it's going to be a very huge midfield battle. I mean, João Neves and Vitinha, we've seen their partnership in Paris Saint-Germain. They've won the Champions League back-to-back alongside Fabian Ruiz, who is going to be in the Spanish midfield, although we are not sure if he's going to be starting. And we've seen Bruno Fernandes, the current holder of the assist record of the Premier League, which he broke last season. So those 3 guys are fantastic names on paper and individually, but together as a team or as a midfield, we've not seen them live up to the billing in this World Cup. And the Spanish side also have been subpar. We know Rodri, former Ballon d'Or winner, is there. We have Pedri, Fabian Ruiz himself is also there, and Gavi, Dani Olmo. But these guys also, they've struggled so far in this World Cup. So if they can turn up and provide the quality that we know that these players have, then we are going to see very, very, very intense midfield battle. But if they keep up the pace which we've seen since the beginning of the ones like us, so the only thing is that the players have to turn up. We don't know what to expect in that game actually. Portugal have not been so fantastic. Spain has not been so fantastic. So when these two sides meet, what do we expect? We just expect whoever turns up with the most quality. Could it be Lamine Yamal? Could it be Cristiano Ronaldo? Could it be Bruno Fernandes? Could it be Ferran Torres, even, who has been very, very disappointing in this World Cup? It could be anybody. That game could provide anything. It could be a 0-0 draw and take us to penalties. It could be a 5-4 win. It could be a 3-1. We could see a 5-0. We could expect totally any. I don't think you could accurately predict what you're going to see in this match, because the match can turn out to be anything at all, because you don't know what to expect from these two sides. But we just hope we see an interesting matchup.
Marvin, where do you see this match being won between both teams? And does this Portugal change their setup, knowing that this could possibly be the last dance for Ronaldo, knowing that this is going to be their toughest opponent yet?
I wouldn't say Portugal will change the way they play. I know that Portugal, they have a lot of experience, and I expect Portugal to make it extremely competitive, for their opponent. But Spain will aim to dominate possession. We all know that they play possession game. They will force Portugal to chase the ball and create overloads on the wings. But we believe that Portugal would need to stay compact defensively and avoid giving Spain too much possession in dangerous areas. All these quick counter attacks, they'll have to stop it. They'll have to watch Neto, because Neto and likes of Neto, likes of Lamine Yamal, these are really, really, really good players in the both teams, the both sides. We have the likes of Bruno Fernandes, we have the likes of Ronaldo, we have the likes of Pedri to Williams, like I just said. The two teams come up with star players. So I feel like if Portugal can keep the score level into the final stages or extra time, their experience could become a major factor going into the, how would I put it, the next round, or going into the next stage. But I expect Spain, to actually, create more clearer chances, I have a high possession too, more than Portugal. But I feel like this game, these are two star teams. These are two teams with star players. So you cannot really say who is going to win. But just be rest assured that match is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a match that you should watch. Arguably the biggest match in this tournament, round of 16, that we can see so far. It's actually the biggest. We can argue that it's going to be the biggest so far. So It's a match to watch. It's a match to look forward to.
And the co-hosts, United States of America, who have reached the knockout stage for the first time since 2002. Yes, they will be without key striker Folarin Balogun, who is the team's top goal scorer. For Belgium, they survived a stunning collapse, then recovered against Senegal, coming back from 2-0 before Yuri Telemann scored the latest goal in the World Cup history in the 125th minute of extra time. But history has not been on the side of US, as they haven't beaten Belgium since 1930. A run of 6 games and nearly a century, and lost the last competitive meeting 2-1 in extra time at the 2014 round of 16. The USA first choice striker Balogun is suspended for the biggest match of the campaign so far. For Belgium, they've scored 3 goals in the final 15 minutes, including extra time of their last match to complete this comeback over Senegal. The US are unbeaten against Belgium only in 7 meetings all time in 1930 friendly era results. Daniel, Belgium, as we said, they've road luck coming here. United States have looked different under Mauricio Pochettino, but they've been, or they will be, without their key and top scorer Folarin Balogun in this match. Pulisic hasn't got a goal in this competition. He only has an assist. Belgium, is this a chance for them to strike now that they do not have that bite anymore?
Yes. I think it's time for them to stamp their claim as one of the biggest footballing nations in the world. And I think the USA game is a perfect opportunity, seeing as they are missing their talisman in Folarin Balogun due to a red card in the previous game. I think this is a game where they can actually win, in as much as most things are not in their favor, considering how the tournament has been for them so far. So I think one major factor that could decide that game is if Romelu Lukaku is to start. He has not been starting so far in this World Cup. Charles de Ketelaere has been preferred as false nine and ahead of Romelu Lukaku, but ever since he's been subbed in, I think he has gone on to show why he is the highest goal scorer for the Belgium national team. So if Rudy Garcia decides to start Romelu Lukaku in that game, I think it's going to be a very huge decision. And the likes of Jeremy Doku and Kevin De Bruyne are yet to light up this World Cup, and that USA game might just be a very good opportunity for them to show why they are some of the best names in that Belgium side. So the Belgians have a lot of quality. We have seen Leandro Trossard has been doing well in this tournament for them, and so the Belgian side have a lot of quality, even in as much as they've not been able to come together as a unit and provide those consistent performances. I think this USA game might just be that game that they could use to bounce back from these poor performances. And then again, taking nothing away from the USA side, I mean, Mauricio Pochettino is doing a very, very good job with this side as it is. They're not so much quality names on their roster, but well, they are doing very well for themselves. So it's going to be a very tough game, but because of the absence of Folarin Balogun, I just see Belgium nicking this one very slightly.
And day 4, it's going to be Argentina, world champions against Egypt. The reigning champions had to survive against Cape Verde 3-2 in extra time. Lionel Messi scored the opener, his 7th goal of the tournament, before the underdogs twice equalized, and Argentina finally won via a 111th minutes own goal of a Messi corner. Egypt, meanwhile, made history of their own, their first ever World Cup round of 16 appearance, sealed by beating Australia 4-2 on penalties after a 1-1 draw. Mohamed Salah, playing centrally this tournament, is tied for the competition lead in chances created with 16. There's essentially no history here, as Argentina and Egypt have met only once ever. It was on an 8th friendly, as Argentina won that 2-0, making this a genuine first at World Cup level. Egypt have scored 6 goals across 4 matches this tournament, more than their previous 3 World Cup appearances combined. Argentina, of course, the overwhelming favourites with its 7 to 90% win probability given to them by the Opta supercomputer. But we saw the cracks against Capo Verde, Daniel. Can Egypt, which are a more better team, exploit those cracks?
Like I said, if Argentina plays the same way that they've played against especially Capo Verde, I think Egypt might stand a chance. I can't say Egypt can defeat Argentina per se, but with the way that Argentina have been playing so far, they've been poor in defense, they've been poor in midfield, but fortunately for them, they have the X factor in Lionel Messi. So Egypt, I think they are going to go into this game with a fight like they've done in their other games, and it might just boil down to individual quality for this Egyptian side. Can the king turn up? Can Omar Mamouche turn up? I think it's going to be a very telling game for them. They might take it to the latter stages like Cape Verde did, but it's going to be a very difficult one for the Egyptian team.
Marvin, Egypt versus Argentina. How do you see that match ending? Can Messi increase his tally once again from 7 to 8 or maybe even more?
Like Messi is, if Messi doesn't play, then the team. I don't think that team will perform the way they should perform. Messi has continued to be the team team's leader. We have watched each and every game he has played with the team. They have he has been wonderful for them. But that game I feel like that Egypt deserves more credit for reaching the round of 16, because they have shown that they can compete with strong teams through discipline and resilience. But however, Argentina, they have a very strong team, world-class talent in that team. So I feel like the key question is when, and not if Argentina creates chances, because if Egypt can keep the scoreline, at 0-0 into the last minutes, then the pressure on Argentina will grow and the game could, become unpredictable for them. So I feel like if Argentina score first, then Egypt will have to attack more, and that should create spaces for Messi, like you just said, to exploit that defense. So I feel like if they actually give the ball to Messi and play to his strength, Argentina might still come out victory over Egypt, though Egypt can still pose a threat to that Argentina team. But I feel like Argentina, they have more, like they are more favorites to win in that game.
All right, the next.
No doubt, go take a trip into my mind, you go see.
Switzerland against Colombia. Guys, for you, Daniel, not really much to expect from this match. Just quite even teams you'll be looking at.
Two potential dark horses who have just been in and around this tournament are the Colombian side with Luis Diaz, James Rodriguez, Luis Suarez, and the likes of them, and the Swiss side with the Nottingham Forest guy Dan Ndoye, Brilliant Bolu, and the likes of them. So it's going to be a 50-50 game. I don't think they have plans of winning the tournament. They just want to see how far they can go. So the both teams have looked feisty. The both teams have looked feisty at this stage of the competition. So it's just going to be who needs it more, or who decides to take the game more. But I just think that with the way I've seen the both teams play, the Colombian side have a better chance of winning this one than the Swiss team.
All right, let's head over to the phone lines now. 08109510951 and 0701933962. Guys, let's start off with the predictions for the matches today. Canada against the co-host Canada will be taking on Morocco. Your predictions for that match?
Morocco 3-1.
Morocco 3-1.
Yes.
What about you, Marvin?
Morocco 2-1.
Morocco 2-1. So we're giving Morocco the win. Okay, France, Paraguay. Your predictions, score lines.
France 4-0.
5-0, 6-0.
6-0. You're already underestimating Paraguay. 08109510951 9510951, and that's for the full line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is 0701 933 Hello, caller, good afternoon.
Yeah, I do the guns in there.
Yes,
I go
Kabari.
by cover. Yes, okay, ready last night. I mean, my week, when I say a week, you not go in vain, no, because waiting those guys give me for night. Even though when I do it like that, I don't even get joy. Yes, because when waiting person, the people be talk against that game, say that will beat Argentina will beat his body 6-0. Then at the end, I can't see one of the good. When they look up, say waiting they happen. You don't even know waiting to answer. But I know say if Argentina carry this hand, carry to give Egypt, even if he take their chances, we say Messi day for that match. Messi day for match last night. Now only one chance to get nice call. They couldn't be good, but if Argentina play this thing where they play last night against Egypt, then if Egypt get some of those chances where Cape get, Egypt could score. Because Egypt get people with his score. No be Cape ready. So if they take this kind of carry go where Egypt they. And Egypt fish shock Argentina. But I hope the good go well. Therefore Morocco match. I still say Morocco will win, even though I don't like them to go further than this. But I still say they will win Canada. Then for France, that one already winning match. At least Mbappe will get like some go that match. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 08109510951 9339962. That's for the SMS and the WhatsApp or to the phone line 08109510951. Canada take on Morocco later this evening, and then we have France against Paraguay. Those will be our openers into the round of 16. Let's go. 08109510951 9339962. I've got Osas waiting to get over.
No, ask me question.
I come to you.
Ask me question.
I just want to read.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. let's head over to the WhatsApp, and it says saying Egypt will win Argentina like saying Ghana will win the World Cup. Ernest from Wuji. Ernest was really giving us quite a laugh today. Somto, good afternoon to you. Welcome.
And superiority.
Yes.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. You're wearing all white today.
Yeah, I'm pure. I'm practicing purity.
Purity.
Osas, hold that thought first. I'm practicing purity. Tomorrow, I hope you go to church.
You will take me to your church.
It's fine. We have leeway to accommodate sons of Solomon.
I know that.
Solomon's men. Solomon. Hey, God.
See, focus on the task at hand.
Okay, no
Canada,
problem.
Morocco.
Sorry,
today.
Canada, Morocco. No, Morocco will win now. Just like you've been winning in your Solomonic life. Okay. On all seriousness, Canada, Morocco, the hosts or co-hosts against the team that I think if Africa is going to need to do proud will be them. For me, this game goes to Morocco. I don't see Canada having the edge over this Moroccan team. Morocco seem like a team well drilled, well oiled, well efficient to move into greater heights. And definitely, I'm waiting to see that game between Morocco and France down the line. Hopefully, a repeat of the last semi-final. Hopefully, in this particular semi, I think they can only meet in the semi-final. Yeah. But on the other hand, you can see that this Canada team under Jesse Marsh, they've been also doing some good things. But this is where I think the journey ends for them. Why? Not because they're a bad side. No, they're not a bad side. Far from that. Because I just think this Moroccan team have a little bit of the edge for them to go forward. Why? They have difference-making players. This Moroccan team have the likes of Achraf Hakimi, Ismail Sabari. I think Lamine Yamal, some of these Moroccan players have just enough to get the edge over Canada. Like I said, Canada are not a bad side, though. But Morocco have more defense players. Hakimi, Saibari, Yassine Bono too, on the other hand, is there. So that guy too, no brushing tongue, we scored that against Netherlands. I don't know why that guy no brushing tongue. And he get mine. Bring out that tongue when he celebrates finish. I bet not to advise him. You did US, go brush your tongue.
Speaking of Netherlands, yes, we're having a discussion before you did come. Yeah, I just want to. Priya has had his own opinions on this. Osas has had his own opinions on this. We've already had Daniel and Marvin as well too, and um, it's it's all started because Daniel said the Netherlands don't have a world class player, and the Germans don't have a world class player, and we said okay, let's put the Germans one side.
Kimmich is.
Okay, Kimmich.
Kimmich can fill in that bracket.
Kimmich can fill in that bracket. But for the Dutch,
Manuel Neuer too. I can't disrespect Manuel Neuer. He's world class.
Okay, that's for the Germans, 4-time world champions. Now the Dutch, we brought out Virgil van Dijk as the only world class player, and some are the opinions that no, he's nowhere near world class. He's a good player, but nowhere near world class. But for you,
let me even break people a bit right now. Antonio Rudiger is he a world class player? I'm putting that to Daniel. Daniel.
Why are you coming for that? Okay, Rudiger was not. He's in the World Cup. He's a world class player. He will not be on the bench.
He's a world class player. Okay. Well, he has won the Champions League.
When I was
right now,
when I
was
saying
class is not right now. World class is what you've done.
Yes, now.
So
when I was giving my opinion, I never said anything about winning titles. I was talking about the quality of performances you put up, and me and you know that Rudiger,
Virgil van Dijk and 2 English Premier League titles and coming on world class and going off world class.
No. I said I highlighted 2 seasons that he put up. I highlighted 2 seasons that he put up real world-class performances, and I said that for you to be considered world-class, I think those performances have to be over time. And to be fair to Van Dijk, he has put up like he's a consistent defender, but the metric, the tag world-class has to be those performances extremely consistently, and in my opinion, he hasn't done that. That is not downplaying the effects that he's had of Liverpool and what he has done over time, but the standard in which I think there's something a caller mentioned which I forgot to add. I think the decline in centre backs is another thing that has made Van Dijk so yes. So if you were in an era where you had a lot of centre defenders doing this thing game in, game out, week in, week out,
the seasons where you had Maldini still pushing him, Nesta,
Cannavaro, so I think yes, you could say yes, okay, Van Dijk is holding his own, but now you don't have so many centre backs doing well, and you have just one person coming out, and it looks as if we've not seen this. Whereas we've seen tons and tons of defenders do it over and over again. So when I say he isn't world class, I'm not taking anything away from his abilities. I'm just saying that you have to do this thing consistently over and over again.
All right, let's head over
Daniel
to
was supposed to argue.
Now you know why I like Daniel. Now you come late.
Because yes, now you know why I like Daniel. Now because he will talk how much he be for in mind. You get, he will give you his own opinion, and that's what makes for. I mean, that's why we're here. We can have intellectual debates on some of these things, or because is that consistency part. But I think he seems a consistent player, don't you think?
I mean, the performances I'm talking about, they won the Champions League. I think the season that he finished top 3 in the Ballon d'Or, you could say, has Van Dijk replicated that season at least 4 times?
Okay, the season they won the league last season, can call that. You're talking about the Champions League season, right? So the season they won the league, the season also won the league on that club. Put that in.
He had very good seasons then.
Yeah, and I think he was above the rest in the Premier League.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
The rest of the Premier League defenders are bang average because there's somebody that is above the rest.
Just like now we are talking about Gabriel and Saliba. You could say they are the best. They are the best centre backs in the Premier League currently, and you could say in Europe they are the best partnership. But if you want to, you can't just call them all class yet. They have potential to get there. Gabriel and
Daniel will go fight for here.
Saliba.
So who be the world class defenders?
That is the point. There's a decline. There's a massive decline.
No, not.
So from Daniel's dictionary, there is no world class defender right now.
I did not say that.
Obviously,
I did not say that.
If
there are defenders that can get there using Saliba and Gabriel as prime examples.
Okay, Upamecano can.
See, I mentioned while you guys were talking about Van Dijk coming in to change. I think while Priye was here, he used the metric of Van Dijk coming in and he changed the whole idea of Liverpool, of how a caller even came and said Van Dijk revolutionized defending in Premier League. I was like, okay, if you be the Premier League, all of us they watch and all of that. So, and I where Prey was talking, I mentioned players in mid-table teams that can come in and make the team tick. And when these players come in, you know that okay, this is it for them. I think there used to be this argument with Bruno Fernandes and KDB, who was the better player, and some people will say if you put KDB in the City team and blah blah blah, and what has Fernandes won, even if he has been putting up those numbers for at least 5 seasons in a United shirt, and yet some people still say, okay, this guy does not have what it takes because he's not delivering the goods. And then again, winning trophies is a team sport, is a team effort. So I'm not even using trophies as a metric in this conversation. All I'm saying is Van Dijk is an excellent defender. In the last 5-6 years, if you want to call 3 defenders in world football, I think Virgil van Dijk deserves to be there. But looking at the decline when it comes to the quality of centre backs and how many they are currently, that's why you see what Van Dijk is doing as excellent. Let's date back to the 2010s.
Decline in the quality.
Yes, there is. So let's
because
look at
not every team. If there should be an abundance of quality, that means there will not be exceptional players.
Not abundance on quality passes. That's why
still a
I
good
want
number
us,
of quality defenders out there.
They are obviously. So I want us to drift to the 2012, 13, 14s. If you look at the Real Madrid team, you see central defenders like Ramos, Pepe, Varane, and the likes. You come to Barca, you see Carles Puyol and the likes, and just spread all over the world. John Terry, Rio Ferdinand,
even Piqué too.
Gerard Piqué, he got CB for his own side. But those were defenders that.
That's what I'm saying. Because you could also look at that time, and you just point maybe Terry, Vidic, Ferdinand. Who else really in Liverpool and Manchester?
You want to put Koscielny in that mix?
No, you won't. You will not. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
no, you won't put Koscielny,
there were still exceptional.
Yeah, they were still exceptional. But when you look at them
right now, because I can still look around. I mean, okay, talk about the 2 Arsenal centre backs first of all. Bring them out. I think you have to still bring out Virgil van Dijk.
Of course, yes.
Bring out Virgil van Dijk. Tottenham waste. Man City, Ruben Diaz, you can bring him out. McGee too, I think he's also a very good defender.
You will not do that.
You can bring out Ruben Diaz.
You will not.
You can bring out, go to the German Bundesliga. Let's maybe start with Jonathan Tah. I think Upamecano had a very good season. I want to see that for another season, but for other seasons, now Popona, Wispipe. PSG, there's Pacho and there's Marquinhos. Now, a lot of people are questioning Pacho, maybe because of, but then there's Marquinhos. There is in Real Madrid, you can still go to Real Madrid and still watch out for a few. Go to Barcelona, there's Pau Kubasi. He's a very good young player who can actually develop. To very big elite because he's operating on a level that is not his age. Exactly. Now, you could still go to the Italian Serie A, bring out Alessandro Bastoni. Bring out some very good defenders in this Serie A. So, yes, it is not... There has to be exceptional players that stand out neck and shoulders from the rest. But is there a decline? Daniel, I would disagree on that.
No, there is.
I think it's just the same as well.
I think I agree with Daniel. There's a huge decline when it has to do with centre backs. Look at how it used to be back in the days. Not too far. Let's look pretty close to from the 2010s down to this point.
That's
you could see that there's obviously a huge decline.
Okay, 2010s, who were the exceptional defenders then?
You had a point where we could put in Matis de Ligt into that for his quality. Yes. No. Within that 2010 coming here.
Matthias de Ligt.
Yes.
No, which 2010 was us?
I said 2010.
Coming down.
Okay. Yes. You could put him in that mix as a prospect. The way you call Pau Kubasi.
Yeah.
We felt Matthias de Ligt was even better. He was even better than Pau. We felt he was even going to be the next best thing after the likes of Paolo Maldini and Nesta. But you could see that with time, it started showing that these guys, there's that huge decline. It affected the likes of Matis de Ligt, and now this is where we are. That's one of the reasons why I want to tilt towards Daniel's school of thought that
I feel like we will argue more because
it's Nigerian football anyway. So maybe we'll take the argument outside the studio. It definitely continues with the Today Sports Live crew, or call that the Today Sports crew. The arguments never stop. It continues and would always continue. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very, very good evening to you and welcome to the Niger special edition of Today Sports Live. It's called the Niger version of the show. We do run it from 4 p.m. down to 6 p.m. In the marathon edition of the show. And today, Saturday, the 4th of Saturday, the 4th of July. I'm right. So it's the
Independence.
Sorry.
Today na America independence.
You know, concern us.
They go shoot fireworks for World Cup.
We did where we did. You know, another man's business. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to turn things up right here when we have to do with Nigerian football. And you know the best way to turn it up is by taking you through the game-changing mode. But before we do that, let me just give a brief shout-out to someone who made it possible for me to be here. He had to run through the road. I'm talking about Mr. Isaac Ndu. He asked me to give him a shout-out because I had to run like Flash, yes, with the speed of light from somewhere within D-line down to this place in a couple of minutes, yes, and yes, and made it down here. So Mr. Isaac Ndu, if he's listening, this is a shout-out to you for what you just did, bringing me down to the premises of Today 95.1 FM. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to turn things up. Part of the marathon edition of today's Sports Live. And where do we start from? We start from the Nigerian Premier Football League, and I would want to bring to your notice that the Nigerian Premier Football League has penciled in the weekend of August 27th to 29th for the start of the 2026-2027 season, following a joint stakeholders meeting involving the National Sports Commission, the Nigerian Football Federation, the MPFL, and club owners in Abuja. Yes, we've always waited. We've been waiting, and here it is. Finally, we now have a roadmap on how the Nigerian Premier Football League is going to run through for the 2026-2027 season. So, under the approved football calendar, the new MPFL campaign will run until May 28th, 2027. And the schedule also accommodates fixtures for the President's Federation's Cup as organizers, a push for a more orderly and predictable domestic football program. According to reports, the new season will also mark a financial milestone for Nigerian club football. National Sports Commission Chairman Shehu Diko announced that the league champion will earn a record 1 billion naira in prize money, the biggest title reward in the history of the country's top flight league. The increased prize money forms part of the wider reforms designed to strengthen the commercial appeal of the Nigerian Premier Football League, improve competition, and attract fresh investors into the domestic league. But the wahala has not ended, as MPFL clubs have reportedly rejected the proposal to award the league champion with a record 1 billion naira, with the runners-up going home with 500 million naira and the third place with 300 million naira. So the clubs want a fairer prize money distribution that benefits all 20 teams. I don't know if they are right at this point. I think the guys right here will tell me what they feel concerning this particular one. But one thing that is sure here is that these 20 clubs, or I want to call it 17 clubs now, because we don't know who. Okay, let me say 20 clubs, because nobody knows if he's going to be the proud winner of the 1 billion naira or the 500 million naira or the 300 million naira. But the truth here is these 20 clubs have a case right here, because number one, the National Sports Commission also had the decision to introduce a minimum monthly salary of 2 million naira for Nigerian Premier Football League players. And where else do you expect them to get these monies? You want to say 2 million naira? Yes, everybody. Imagine I have a team like Rivers United, and first off, the first 11, 2 million naira. That is every month, 22 million naira will leave my coffers. I'm not talking about the guys who are on the bench, because the team is supposed to be made up of about 25 players and above. So let's do the mathematics. 25 times 2 million naira. That's every month 50 million naira leaves your pockets. And at the end of the season, if you don't finish within the top 3, you end up not getting anything. Here, the MPFL clubs are crying out, Oga, we no like this package. You no go well at all. That's exactly what they're saying at this point. And Somto, I know you are a man that stands for justice. That's the reason why you're on white. Equity, purity. Yes, I will test you when the millions come.
Esquire. At Esquire.
Esquire, yes. When the millions come, I would know how pure you could be.
No,
or
you
how
do for me.
I do for you. I like that. I like that. By the way, we've got Benjamin Mina also joining us right here in the studio. Benjamin, a very good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, Osas. Good evening to the guys in the studio, Somto, and our lovely guest here. It's good to be here and to talk about football. You know, when I saw the AGM, the meeting, I was like, I don't know. I thought this was the main issue that should have been trashed because, you know, whether I like it or not, there are some teams that cannot win the MPFL. With all due respect to them, there are some teams that
they look anybody less.
No, it's not about looking less. You know, it can happen, but it can happen once in a while, or let's say once in a blue moon, if you want to put it that way. But looking at it, there are some teams that would you say, okay, we want to compete, you know, but we might not win the league. But since we are competing, what is the benefits for we that are competing?
All right.
You understand? So it's not I now compete. I'm amongst the 20 teams.
Okay.
You know, I'm sorry I'm starting with this whole topic with my introduction, but I felt let me just give it a go.
Go on.
You know, so I'm part of the 20 teams. And let's say I take a loan from the bank to kickstart the season, you get, and I have 25 players.
Okay.
You expect me to peg all of them 2 million. Both the bigger players or the biggest of players in my team and the smallest of players in my team.
Okay.
Or let's say we do it, the biggest players 2 million. Let's say the first 11, 2 million. And this the second 11, let's say 1.5. And the academic graduate, if there's any, let's say, reduce the price. Like you said, I'm coughing out 70-something million. Now, off record, there's a owner of a team. His team just got relegated. The man said he's happy. It's not that he's happy, but he feel because he has spent. The man said he spent over 100 million for just a season. Traveling, the flights, what's it called now? The accommodation, feeding, logistics, and everything. He spent more than 100 million. Now, let's say his team doesn't get to win the Premier League, the MPFL, the Nigerian Professional Football League.
All right.
What becomes the benefit of that man? Which means we will see many clubs going bankrupt, declaring bankruptcy in football. You say administration, they'll go into administration because there's no what's it called? There's no cash available to run the club. And now looking at this, we know here people hardly pay gate fee to go watch football game, and the presidents, or I'm sorry, the owners of this club, the state government, doesn't even help at some point. They'll tell you, we are throwing this game open, the gates open, everybody can come. You're running at loss. Because let's say you get to put a fee, 1,000 naira for regular VIP 1.5, VVIP 2,000. If you calculate that 2,000 times, let's say 100 persons, 200 persons, I'm just being real here. I can't say 20,000 people because we don't go out to watch games. You get? So now 1,000 times, let's say 150 persons. Let's say those 150 persons are regular. You're getting 150K. Then the VIP, 2,000 for the VIP. Let's say 50 persons in the VIP stand. You're making, even if the money is little, you're making something out of it. So now we all know that in the developed world where football is seen as money ball, they make a lot from the gate fee, the season tickets and what have you. So I feel that before we get to that point, before you're doing something, own teams, state-owned teams. So how many sponsors does this team have? Now let's talk about Rivers United, because they are our home. They are let's say they are the local team here. They are our local team, our favorite local team. How many people go to the stadium to watch Rivers United play? That's the question there. So how much are they going to make from gate fee? Number one question. Number two, how many sponsors does Rivers United have? So let's say they don't win the league. Okay, let's say 4. Because the money is promised first, second, third. The fourth person, what do they get? Nothing. So they will be relying on the state government, pending when the state government release funds, before they can pay these players, run the club properly. So I feel that this thing should be spread across, even if it's not going to be first taking the same thing. We saw Burnley, that was relegated, go home with 100 million plus. Winners of the championship getting 150 million plus. So we need to spread these things across. Yeah, we are aiming to be like what we watch or what we see on TV. But you have to, these things, it's not rocket science. You have to follow it the way these people do their things and then get a good result. You can't say the first 3 persons, the first 3 positions get money, then the other teams that compete, which means you have the MPFL that only 3 teams compete in the MPFL. Because last season, we saw some teams almost dropping out of the MPFL because of lack of money. So these teams don't have money to run this club now. You're now telling me that if we compete, 20 of us, 17 persons will not have anything, only the first 3. Mbano. It doesn't work like that. Right. So even if, let's say that 1 billion, you cut and go say, winners of the league, let's say they get 500 million.
It was actually now, 2 billion set aside for the new season. So 500 million to the second place and 300 million to the third place. There is an extra 200 million. Is it that from number 4 to number 20 will share out of that 200 million that is left? Look at the calculation. Now, 1 billion, 500, 300. There is an extra 200 million. So I guess the National Sports Commission, as well as the NFF, would have to tell us that. Well, go ahead with your thoughts.
But
anyway,
I think that before the league kicks off, right?
All right.
The 20 teams would have something from the what's it called now? The MPFL board to actually start the season with.
Okay.
That's my thinking, because that's how it is done elsewhere. I don't know about the MPFL. Normally, when the season is about to start, you've announced the date.
Okay.
Oga, first 20. Now, when we will know for the league. If now 10 million or 20 million, this is what you have to start the league with.
I think the MPFL has done that before.
Good. Now,
the season I just concluded, teams were given, I think that was 20 million naira at the start.
Now you do that. Let's say it is part of the 2 billion that you give them.
All right.
Now, by the end of the season, you need to still give this, because it is not easy to see from here down to, let's say, Meduguri to play El Kanemi. If you're not, I mean, know that most of these teams, 90% of this team goes by road. From here down to that place, getting diesel alone, you spend close to 400 or 500.
That's usually a discussion for another day, because which MPFL team survives based on how would I put it right now? Listen, the cost to see each week match day game is even far more than what they are expected to make
I know.
from the league.
Yes, but at least
I still ask myself,
subsidize.
why are MPFL clubs even so enthusiastic about the Nigerian Premier Football League if what you know is that you're going to be running at loss?
Now, see, Osas, that is why most teams get to sell their best players every season, or at least half season, when the window is open, because they are there to make money, whether I like it or not. Nobody goes or invests into a business and want to run at loss.
All right.
So what they do is, Oga, play your best football. Kun Khalifat have sold 3 or 4 of their best players.
And most of them depend on the government backing, because most MPFL clubs are government owned.
Yes.
So
now
they really don't have a taste of what it is to actually make profits from football.
Now for Kum Khalifat that are privately owned, right? They've sold their best 4 players. Their goalkeeper, their centre back, their captain, and one of their striker. They've sold them. See, they are dependent on these players, their performance for them to create more money.
Beautiful. Sorry to cut you there. It's 1-1 right now between Nigeria's Flamingos and the Benin Republic on the 17 women's team. That game is currently up and running. 25 minutes of play from that center, and it's now 1-1 between Nigeria and Benin Republic. Benin Republic took the lead earlier on in that game, and right now the Nigeria's Flamingos, call them Nigeria's under 17 women, have now pulled one back, and the fight is on. Remember, this is the last phase of the FIFA under 17 Women's World Cup qualifiers, and if the Nigeria's under 17 team, female team, goes through on this one successfully, then they head to the FIFA Women's Under 17 World Cup. So it's 1-1 right now between Nigeria and Benin Republic from that particular center.
As you are giving breaking news, I have one too from one of my sources. Not Nigerian football, though. A little bit of deviation, or I'll digress slightly, but we just have to provide it as it ticks because news is timely. One of my sources, I do hear that Arsenal have agreed a 20 million euros deal to sell Leandro Trossard to Besiktas. That source is The Athletic, and a lot of people know that is a very credible source. So Arsenal have already so it's looking evident that Arsenal will definitely sign another winger, because now they've agreed a 20 million euros deal to sell Leandro Trossard to Besiktas. I just saw this now and I decided to do. I mean, anything can still happen. Deal could fall through. That's why this is a source. This is just an agreement. Nothing finalized until you see Trossard holding the jersey later on. But we can tell you that Arsenal have agreed a 20 million euros deal to sell Leandro Trossard to Besiktas.
All right, a very, very instrumental Leandro Trossard there might be or would be moving to the Turkish Super League to play for Besiktas there. 20 million euros is the deal right there, as it's probably done and dusted at this point in time. As I said before, 1-1 it is between Nigeria's under 17 women and Benin Republic, as they hope to sail through to the FIFA under 17 Women's World Cup. We'll keep you posted with all the breaking news coming in. Remember, that one there was for transfers, and tomorrow keep a date with us.
Just to add, I also hear that the deal might not go further than this agreement until after the World Cup. So when it's done, he can now go and have his medicals and all of those are bobo-tibo. But the agreement is in place. It might not be confirmed or progressed from this point until after the World Cup.
All right. If you want to keep yourself in touch with all the transfer stories, remember tomorrow from 4:30 p.m. It's the transfer special when it has to do with the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live. So you can keep a date and we'll definitely update you with everything that has to do with transfer. Is it MPFL? Is it the English Premier League? We deal with you for that one. Back to you, Benjamin Mina.
Okay, so see, Osas, reality check. We keep asking ourselves, why are we not performing? The decision we take today affects us tomorrow.
All right.
We keep telling ourselves why are we not performing in the CAF Confederations Cup, CAF Champions League, the Continentals and all that. The truth is, these key decisions or little decisions affect us. Right. Now, I give an example of teams like Kun Khalifat. Kun Khalifat gets to qualify. They didn't qualify for the Continentals, right? Now they have to save themselves to get money. They sold their best players. Though it's in the league, what if they sold these players outside the league? What becomes of us? That's what I'm saying. So this money needs to be spread across all 20 teams.
All right.
Yes. Yeah, the winner, normally we know that the winners, their money will go way higher than any the runners up and or other teams. Yes. So the first 3 years we've known the amount they are going to be taking. But Osas, I think that the other 17 teams needs to feel the money. Else we can't keep our best players in the league.
All
and
right.
secondly, I was thinking 1 billion. Osas, I hope say referee Mago and must win. No go con the MPFL because I won't win 1 billion.
All right. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I would also want to let you know that the previous minimum wage was 150,000 naira. And right now, it's been proposed to be moved to 2 million naira in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Rivers State Sports Commissioner and former NFF board member Barrister Christopher Green, who doubles as chairman of Rivers United, said it was unlikely that all clubs in the league could afford to pay every player 2 million naira a month without external support. Yes, this is a man who understands what external support is, talking about the support Rivers United gets from the Rivers State government. Let me come to you, Somto, on this particular one before we leave talking about it. From previously 150 million naira. Did I say 150 million naira? I'm thinking million these days. Yeah, so don't blame me. I'm thinking million these days. So now 150,000 naira as the minimum wage, or would I say minimum pay for MPFL players from other seasons coming, or let's say from last season. And right now we are looking at 2 million naira. See, is this a realistic upgrade, or we are just? I don't know. I really don't know what to say right now. But I don't want to bad talk the National Sports Commission and the NFF, because they've been trying everything that they can to make sure that Nigerian football returns back to where it's supposed to be. But this huge jump, is it a realistic adventure at this point? You can see what Barrister Christopher Green has said. Do you think this is the NSC, the NFF, and the MPFL board shooting themselves in their foot with their own gun?
I don't think it's realistic, to be honest. The minimum wage in the country, first of all, it's miles ahead. We are not happy of the current minimum wage in the country. But if your country's minimum wage is like that, where are your football clubs even getting money?
All right.
Because the way I want to think about this is that if things are very, very good, and see, when realistic now, I'm not going to say, oh, keep policies aside away from football. It's the economy. The football economy is part of the general economy. So I'm also going to point that out. It is not so nice. First of all, is it water that these clubs will use to be transporting themselves to wherever they are? They have to put fuel in their team bus. They have to use diesel to run, if they even have generators in their stadium.
All right.
So some of these things even boils down to some of the basic things I will talk about here in the country, first of all. So it's a general thing. Now, have you weighed what the country is like for your football clubs that are in your country to be running before you now pass this kind of? I'm not saying I'm entirely pleased with the last minimum wage, but 150k to 2 million, what kind of jump is that? That one is
that's the type that pushes you to the church on Sunday to
babe,
do
they bill me 150k, another babe they bill me 2 million. I go look the one way they bill me 2 million. Haba, now for you won't kill me for my mama. But still, that you can say,
just to digress a bit, should it be a minimum wage for billing?
For billings? No, they're not even going to listen that one. Minimum wage.
The government should set a minimum wage.
I think
if you bill any guy more than 100,000 naira, you go 2 years in jail.
So I guess something I see the other day, one popular celebrity was complaining on Twitter. I was like, guy, do nine the call, better be like you see him. Nine the call talks, be like they don't have this one, Billy, we don't almost unguide them. So see, minimum wage for that one, leave on, they no go agree. They no go themselves with they collect, they no go agree. So in essence, I think the league body has to look at the country first of all. Is the country okay? Is the country good enough to pass that kind of minimum wage for starters? Secondly, do you know that not all clubs, I mean, depends on, we talk about a famous phrase where who they wear the shoe, now you know where the shoe they pinch them. You are other clubs able to do something like, just because one club can be able to do it, because Man City can be able to pay McGay 400,000. If Crystal Palace could do that, he could have stayed.
Yeah.
So not all teams have the same. Now, yes, I'm all for putting some metrics in place that ensures for better player welfare, at least for players not to leave country. But I think there is a more realistic value that we can keep at this. 2 million is a lot.
All right.
In fact, one player earning 2 million, should it be? I think we do our own thing here monthly. So one player earning 2 million on a monthly basis, let's say for even a newly promoted side to the league, that might be much
Ridiculous.
for them. Now, I'm not doing this thing based on. I'm not going to come here and say Benjamin said something about want to do things that relates to like the leagues, other. And somebody also said this during the week when they said, oh, they announced the dates for the
All right.
league, and I said you don't give a dog accolades for backing.
Okay.
Now, I will still say the same thing here, that for all of these things, have to look at it holistically. So in as much as, yes, we should do things that you can only do to where your weight reach.
Okay.
If say your weight no reach like other people own, first of all, the transportation system abroad in UK, in European countries, is easy for their fans. Starting point, their fans. Now, why do I say fans? The basic point of a team making profit is even tickets. That's the basic merchandise tickets. Before you now look at sponsor, how far as long as you have people coming to support you, that is a good solid ground.
Right.
But then these fans can easily try. I saw someone who was telling me about how he moved from Spain to Portugal to the transportation system is easy.
Yeah.
Trains and all whatnot, and you have now in Africa, for starters, let me even start with Nigeria. I cannot be here and say I want to go and watch a game at the Baku Kantagura Stadium. In fact, the way the team is now, I cannot carry five pastors alone in that journey will not suffice for me. That phrase of 10,000 angels by my side, God, now I need that 10,000 angels if I'm making that
because
kind of
you
trip.
might be on your journey
And
to
then
the
somebody comes
stadium,
out
then
from the bush.
you go to the bush.
I mean, so I might have a different journey. So it has to be.
It's the same journey, but
the same
different
journey,
destinations.
You understand?
One is well cut grass. The other one is shrubs,
high level grass.
High level grass.
So there is a whole different economy of factors. Like we always say, there's a saying: charity begins at home. Let us start with brass tracks first. Now, what I'm just basically saying is that the economic situation of your country, the functioning of your country might not be good enough for teams to be able to operate in a way that they can sustain a 2 million salary cap per player. It is difficult. It's going to be difficult because first things first, fans not coming to watch games. Starting point. I mean, the Yakubu Gowon Stadium is undergoing some renovation, so that the last time I went to the stadium was on the last day of the league season, and it was a lot. Going from here, from where I am to where the stadium is. So it was a lot. Now, like I'm just saying, there is a whole numerous amount of factors that has to be considered. Now, I will not say my own opinion on what I feel is a realistic value, because I don't know. The league is to be able to see the books of some of the teams, or most of their teams in their league, and they know, okay, this one ends like this one ends like this, and we can now put a fair price for everybody to sustain on that. But then there are still some financial rules, especially if you learn from the European leagues, the Premier League, Champions League, the PSR, FFP. There are still some metrics to ensure that just because we know that all fingers are not equal, doesn't mean that that longest finger will now be the one that will be collecting the chicken pass. There are metrics to ensure that at least these teams don't flex financial muscle above some of these other small teams that I'm clamoring for justice for. Right. So, like I said, there's a whole different holistic look that has to be looked at. If I repeat that word, that has to be looked at before we can now say, okay, this is a definite salary cap, and let's not exceed something that will not be beneficial for a lot of these teams at the end of the day.
All right. Still talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League, the NPFL board is about to constitute a financial committee, and that financial committee obviously will be saddled with the responsibility of bringing some commercial reforms to the NPFL. And Shooting Stars Executive Chairman Honorable Taiwo Lekon Salami has been appointed as a member of that NPFL committee, financial committee right there. So that appointment is part of the league's ongoing drive to strengthen the commercial structure of the NPFL ahead of the 2026-2027 season. Also, we hear that Kun Khalifat CEO, Mr. Chukwudi Amefula, has also been...
Content. Is he still doing content?
Who is that? Chukwudi?
The CEO.
Yes, now why not? Is it not? Is it not?
Still
Why?
doing content.
What put Kun Khalifat on the map? Yeah. So now he has also been appointed as a member of the MPFL Commercial Reforms Committee. So we've got strong hand, what we call Aka Shirike in Igbo land. So you would definitely be hearing good news for the 2026-2027 season when it has to do with those commercial reforms, as this committee, the financial committee set up by the MPFL board, is willing, able, ready, and I don't know, you can complete it intact, yes, to go on and do their job. So a lot is happening behind the scenes when it has to do with the MPFL, as we anticipate the return of the league from the 28th of August. Coaches are moving from one place to the other, one team to the other. I don't know. Movement these days does not guarantee that success would be your lot. But four-time Nigerian Premier Football League champions, Kano Pillars, have appointed Super Eagles assistant coach Daniel Ogumodede as their new technical advisor ahead of the 2026-2027 season on a 2-year deal. We expected that Daniel Ogumodede was going to go to Eyimba. Yeah, the speculations were there, but all of a sudden we are now getting it. His final destination is the Sani Abacha Stadium, where he will be in charge of Kano Pillars for the new season. Lots of reforms there coming for Kano Pillars. So the club confirmed the appointment in a statement on their official X account on Friday, ending speculations over who would take charge of the Seime Sugida for the new campaign. So it is 46-year-old Daniel Ogumodede, who is fondly called Ijabol and holds a UEFA B license. Yes, he joins Kano Pillars. What would this be bringing to Kano Pillars? Knowing that Daniel Ogumodede didn't really have it smooth ending with Remo Stars. Remo Stars were relegated at a point last season. He was unofficially taken out of office, and the new technical advisor in Abdul Meikaba was brought into Remo Stars, and you're seeing him right now in Kano Pillars. Do you think this might be too heavy for the man? I'm talking to you right now, Benjamin. Do you think it might be too heavy for him? Because you know that Kano Pillars is a team with huge pedigree. Is it going to be too heavy, or are we expecting him to go there and go guns blazing like he did with Remo Stars in their title-winning season? And this is Somto paying homage to that goal scored by Lionel Messi earlier on today. That was against Capo Verde.
Before you arrive to Benjamin, you know, there are some players that control.
Look at the control. That's the
you
thing.
don't control they will not control the ball to score.
They will control it. I don't understand.
This guy control this ball.
No, we can't have.
Sometimes it's not about the control. First off,
okay, tell me.
Now look at the way Messi before the ball came, he was offside. Right now, it is how technical a player reacts to his positioning that makes you a better footballer.
See, just to keep it short, because it's Nigerian football, let's not even go too far into it. The truth is, two things I'm very happy with is that I am alive at this point to witness these two guys. I don't want to say Messi alone, Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, because Cristiano Ronaldo is also exceptional. Yes, I'm happy to be alive to see them at this point in my generation. And secondly, I don't think we can ever have a second Lionel Messi. I don't think we can also ever have a second Cristiano Ronaldo. So let's just celebrate them while they last.
I have Project Ronaldo.
You have?
My second son is Project Ronaldo.
Watch out for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, watch out for him, definitely. So back to you, Benjamin, talking about Ijabol, that's Daniel Ogumodede, now with Kano Pillars. Too big for him, or do you see him performing?
Also, I see we have the biggest of coaches right now in the land. It's Daniel Ogumodede, Fidelis Elichukwu, and let's say you have to look for a way to squeeze in Finidi George in that team, in that the first three, if you must say, if you have to squeeze him in. But right now, the biggest of coaches in the past few seasons, the both coaches have let's say the three squeeze him in, and you look at Kano Pillars. Kano Pillars is this this is a traditional MPFL side. They've been in the mix for God knows how long, and they've been doing their thing for a very long time. So I feel it's a match that is made in heaven, because looking at it, Daniel Ogumodede is he won the league, wasn't rosy. His team were relegated. That's talking about Remo Stars, but I wouldn't say I blame it 100%. On the man, because he's been Lisilechuku and running the Remo Stars team. So at some point, I felt that the Remo Stars management lost faith in him. That was why he was, given that leave of absence. And then they brought in Abdul Mekaiba, to run the few games, to be on the sideline for the few games that are remaining to see if they could survive, the relegation battle. But they couldn't pull their boots off that relegation muddy waters, so they were relegated. So for me, I feel that two things are involved: the egos of the players of Kano Pillars. That's one thing. And you looking at it, who is the biggest player that Fidelis Elejugu have coached in his time at Remo Stars? I think the biggest of players would be Victor Mbwama.
Sorry,
that
a bit of correction, not Abdul Meka, but Usman
sorry,
Abdallah.
Usman Abdallah. I'm sorry, Usman Abdallah. So who is the biggest player that Daniel Ogumodede have coached? I think is Victor Mbwama, the man that is I think, he's currently leaving the MPFL for a team overseas. So you're looking at this. I feel the ego is one thing that the man would have to deal with,
right?
Because he's right now he's going to be a coach to the veteran of the league, talking about Rabiu Ali, Ahmed Musa, Shea Abdullahi. I think Abdullahi at some point he retired.
I think he's retired.
Yeah,
yes.
he retired. So you'll be looking at these guys, this figure in the dressing room. But again, I think this man have seen this ego, looking at it the other way around, because he's been the assistant coach of the Super Eagles. Even if he's not at the helm of affairs, he's part of those that makes the decision in the Super Eagles in terms of the play, how they play and all that. So he has seen the likes of Victor Osimhen, the biggest of players in the Super Eagles, Alex Iwobi, Wilfred Ndidi. So I feel that it is not going to be an issue for the man to actually see. Right. Osas, next season, I'm looking at Kano Pillars as one of the favorites to at least qualify for continent, because it's been a long time we saw them on the continent. But I'm looking at it and saying, with the experience of Daniel Ogumodede, I'm looking at Kano Pillars as one of those teams that will either be in the continent for the CAF Champions League or the CAF Confederations Cup.
Okay, all right. Talking about coaches moving, not just Daniel Ogumodede, Niger Tornadoes have also appointed Kabiru Suleiman Dogo as their new head coach ahead of the 2026-2027 season. So the experienced tactician has signed a 3-year contract with the Mina-based club as they prepare for the new campaign. Also, Wiki Tourist are set to appoint Bala Abubakar as the technical advisor. Yes, so the Bauchi-based club has identified Abubakar to spearhead their rebuilding project after suffering relegation from the Nigerian Premier Football League in the just concluded season. We also have lots and lots to talk about when it has to do with the transfers right there in the Nigerian Premier Football League. I'll just update you with some of the transfers coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Let me quickly run through some of the transfers we have coming in from there, as we have Olakunle Alaka. He has joined Shooting Stars SC from Kano Pillars on a 1-year deal. There is also the reports that top MPFL clubs are battling for Nasarawa United's goalkeeper trainer Olatunji Barua. MON. Wiki Tourist have also, as I said before, they are set to appoint Bala Abubakar as their head coach. Then Vincent Temitope has officially left Plateau United after the expiration of his contract with his clearance already issued by the club. We also have it here that Faisal Sani, he has joined newly promoted Ranchers Bees on a 3-year deal. There is also the reports that MPFL champions Rangers International, Rivers United and Shooting Stars are all in the race to sign Katsina United midfielder Aziz Falolu. I think that's Aziz Falolu that was visited by not Daniel Ogumodede this time, Fidelis Ilechukwu of Rangers International in an attempt to convince him to sign for Rangers International. And I'm like, wow. now MPFL coaches are going all the way to visit players to convince them to sign for their club. So whatever the English Premier League is, listen, take it from me, the Nigerian Premier Football League will definitely get there. We also have Sporting Lagos. They have emerged as the front runners to sign Hadi Haruna after Shooting Stars stepped away from the deal for the midfield maestro. Kun Khalifat have also completed the signing of central defender Priye Seikorowe. Yes, from Bendel Insurance ahead of the 2026-2027 season. There is also Taher Abubakar, left winger. He has joined, or is set to join Shooting Stars ahead of the 2026-2027 season. And incoming reports have emerged that Kano Pillars are interested in bringing Vincent Temitokwe to the Pyramid City ahead of the new season. So these and many more are the transfer updates coming from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Finally, before we leave that, I would let you know that Victor Mbama is on the move. Victor Mbama from Remo Stars is on the move. So Kenyan Giants and reigning cup champions Tusker FC have completed the signing of striker Victor Mbama from Remo Stars on a 1-year deal. So after netting 14 league goals for the Sky Blue Stars last season and attracting interest from several MPFL clubs, Victor Mbama has opted for a move to Kenya, where he will also feature in the CAF Confederations Cup. Just hope he doesn't go the way of the others that have been leaving the MPFL to some other African leagues that we cease hearing about them. Maybe some of them return back to the MPFL, but we wish him all the best as he moves over to Kenya for a new challenge right there in his career. Still talking about the Nigerian Premier Football League before we move to talk the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Let me let you know that MPFL stadiums are currently undergoing renovation ahead of the 2026-2027 season. So big things are happening. We're going to be seeing top-notch toughs when it has to do with the Nigerian Premier Football League for the 2026-2027 season. Some of the stadiums that are under renovation, we have the Bakot Kantagara Stadium. It's under renovation. Umahia Township Stadium, that's the home of Abia Warriors, is also under in some sort of renovation. Rewang Palm Stadium, that's for Plateau United, under renovation. Warri City Stadium, I saw that stadium and I was like, listen, I want to go there and watch an MPFL game. I want to touch the turf, the way how good the turf looks. I want to do the Michael Olise on that turf. Just go there and scrub my sneakers and come out. I want to feel how it is, because from the pictures I saw from the Warri City Stadium, it's now classic, I must tell you. So the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium is also under renovation. Dambata Stadium, is also under renovation. Then we have the Yakubu Gowon Stadium, the one very close to us here, under renovation. We would want to see Rivers United move from the Adokira Mesimaka Stadium down to that stadium when it's done, when the renovations there are done. So these are some of the stadiums that are under renovation, and we hope to see beautiful MPFL matches in these stadiums. For now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Super Eagles, check it, we are back again. See my boys, them tapping on the pitch again. We don't come, we no run, make them clear the way. West Africa, so now we they throw the bullets. Then me they underrate, but now we dominate. So now we they set the pace.
Yes, we're about to set the pace, talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But for now, we still have to talk about the failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Because when we see African teams doing it big right there at the FIFA 2026 World Cup, we tend to ask, what would have happened if the Nigerian representation from the Super Eagles of Nigeria was there? It would have been Super Eagles also joining the likes of Morocco and Egypt, maybe into the round of 16 and doing Africa proud. It won't be 2, it will be 3 at this point. So we're still talking about Nigeria's failure to qualify for the World Cup, as missing the 2026 FIFA World Cup has cost Nigeria at least $10.5 million in FIFA participation and preparation funds, alongside major sponsorship and commercial opportunities. So huge amount of money has gone down missing because Nigeria failed to participate in the FIFA 2026 World Cup. Our former Nigerian captain Segun Odegbami has become one of the strongest voices demanding change. He insists that World Cup qualification should be the minimum expectation for a country with Nigeria's football pedigree. Quoting him, he says the government must act. We must save our football from the strange and stranglehold of scavengers who have nothing to offer other than what they grab in the process. Odegbami also urged reform for the Nigerian Football Federation statutes that would allow new leadership to emerge through election. And the criticism has also focused on the federal government's silence following Nigeria's second consecutive World Cup qualification failure. Observers point to countries such as Italy, Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, and South Korea who didn't have good performance in either qualification or even at the World Cup. And we have seen officials resign from their football management. Government has also come out to demand accountability as well as open investigations for the disappointing World Cup campaigns for the likes of Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, and South Korea. And we are saying in Nigeria, we haven't seen anything. Officials are still there. We expected resignations, but that did not happen. And former sports minister Solomon Dalong, ex-internationals and football administrators have all echoed the need for urgent reforms, warning that failure to act now could leave the Super Eagles watching a third consecutive FIFA World Cup from their homes in 2030. Big one there, big calls there coming from stakeholders in Nigerian football. But do you think that, Benjamin, the current crop of leaders we have in the NFF and NSC are actually in the right direction? For them to have kept through with the likes of Eric Chell, we are seeing the build-up come through, beginning to call for resignations at this point. Don't you think it is more or less like a distraction to what they have been doing? Don't you think this board can still go ahead to deliver a 2030 World Cup ticket?
Osas, I believe they can't. I think we need a major shake-up. You know, if things are going wrong, you just have to correct them, and you have to start from the top. You have to cut from the top. You know, if a tree is growing and if it has good fruit, you have to pluck the fruit. If it does not even produce fruit, you have to cut down the tree and burn the tree if possible. You know, or use it for firewood. So I feel that you know, it's that time where people needs to be resigning from their position and not contesting for elections. You know, because as a country, as a footballing nation, you know, if the likes of Cabo Verde be qualifying for the round of 32, and we Nigerians, we are watching from home, and you know, other African countries doing their nation proud. It's very poor of us, from us. So I feel that if we continue, you know, with most of these top men at the helm of affairs, we might be sitting at home in the next World Cup too. So because we are doing the same thing, it's like we recycling the same people, you know, in the same position and all that. So I feel that like Mathematical Odegbami has said, that minimum requirement is qualify us for the World Cup. Before we start talking about some other things. We've not won the Nations Cup. It's not as though we won the Nations Cup and we didn't qualify for the World Cup. We didn't win the Nations Cup. We didn't qualify for the World Cup. You know, so it's quite painful. So I feel that, you know, the man is right, is spot on. Minimum qualification, minimum requirement, get us to the World Cup. That's number one. And then, you know, do not gamble with some things. You know, there are some things you don't gamble with. You know, especially the coaching aspect of it. You know, so I just feel that the deed has been done, but it's still possible that we can make changes and, you know, look ahead to the next World Cup 2030. You know, it's realistic that we can qualify for the World Cup. We get to do tie down the man. That's one thing, and then maybe, just maybe, we put up a very good performance and we qualify for the World Cup.
All right, talking about Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell, Algeria have reportedly identified Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell as a potential replacement for Vladimir Pektovic after the Desert Foxes disappointedly left the FIFA 2026 World Cup. Algeria were eliminated in the round of 32 after a 2-0 defeat to Switzerland, with criticisms mounting over Pekovic's tactical decisions, particularly his decision to play without a recognized striker. So according to reports from France and Algeria, the Algerian Football Federation has already made contact with Eric Chell, who has earned widespread praise for his work with both Mali and Nigeria. And we are saying at this point now, thank God that we had to tie Eric Chell down with a new deal. Remember that deal was closed a couple of weeks before now, where we saw his salary doubled. His monthly salary doubled from $50,000 to $100,000, while the NFF and the NSC would also cover the salaries of his assistants. And he was also given a new job to oversee, which is Nigeria's under-23 Olympic team. So thank God Eric Chell had been tied down by that contract. Else, it would have been a sorry state at this point, because Algeria will not just contact him. They will just come and grab him because he's not actually tied. Yeah, even if he has a couple of months to the end of his former contract with the Nigerian Football Federation. It would have just been some monetary involvements, and that will be paid off, and he will be clear to join the Algerian national team. But we also hear a bit of squabble, or would I say a bit of rumor coming through that Senegal are also looking at Eric Chell at this point, because they had a disappointing run at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Also looking at Eric Chell at this point. And this has prompted me to ask a question. Can any African team take Eric Chell from Nigeria? Is there any African team quality enough to take Eric Chell away from Nigeria?
Well, lots of quality teams. Senegal is one of them. See, football, everybody has a prize. You know, if you can meet the, the requirements, yeah, the man has signed a contract with Nigeria. You can pay off the contract and then get the man. It depends on how serious you are and how serious you are with your finance. Money they talk, money na water they say. If you can, let's say Nigeria tell you need to pay, let's say $10 million and pick the man. If the other country is willing to pay, they pay and get the man. So I feel Nigeria is lucky for now to have tied the demand down, but it's not, we are still not safe 100% because the man could change his mind. One thing about Eric Chell is the fact that since day one that he took over the job, the man talked about the love he's got for Nigeria.
All right.
And the way the players respect him, and the way they are more or less like a family. So I feel the man is feeling at home. That's one advantage that Nigeria have got, the NFF have got.
All right.
So I feel that we are still not 100% lucky, because somebody a country that has that financial muscle. We are in the same page at this point. Nigeria, that's talking about Nigeria, and the coach of the side talking about Eric Chell. So for me, I think aside that, there are a couple of countries that could tempt the man away. Morocco is part of them. Senegal is there. Algeria. We know how these country have got, the North Africans have got money to get who they want if they want to. So I just feel that one thing that is keeping the man here is the love that the man has got surrounding him from the players and his employers.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me let you know it's halftime between Nigeria's under-17 women and the Benin Republic under-17 women right there at Ikene, and it's 1-1. Yes, the Nigerian under-17 women had a couple of close chances to take the lead from that one. I think one of those struck the bar in that particular encounter, and they will definitely have to find a way to take the lead, because the reverse fixture will be played in Benin Republic, and if you can't get the victory right at home, then it might be difficult for you getting a victory away from home. Let's go to the phone line right now to take your reactions on all that we have been talking about right from the beginning of the show. Remember, we talked about the Nigerian Premier Football League and the start date on the 28th of August, and that's when it will start and run till May 2027. A lot has been talked or said about the Nigerian Premier Football League. 2 million naira minimum wage, as well as the MPFL clubs rejecting the 1 billion, 500 million, 300 million for first, second, and third, and saying share this money to all 20 teams. You can air your thoughts on that one. And right now, we've talked about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and lots of stakeholders calling for the resignation of those who were responsible for the Super Eagles of Nigeria not going to the 2026 World Cup. Do you think that is needed? Because from what we are seeing, there is some positives with what we have for the National Sports Commission as well as the Nigerian Football Federation. Do you think there is any need for a sack, or we should just encourage them to continue doing what they're doing, and let's see how Nigeria gets back to the biggest stage of world football in 2030? 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to me right here in the studio. Hello, a very good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I know the guys and yeah.
Welcome, Kabulobari.
If me having get chance,
okay.
All those who ready for that glass after they for don't go since. But I shall not come get the chance. Now make them see they sit down there.
Okay.
Then for the NFL board proposing 1 billion, I be one waiting. This one,
1
audio
billion
money.
Okay, is it the for the winners of the MPFL 1 billion naira?
Yes. Yes. Nah. I don't know how I want to put them.
Okay.
Because I don't know where 20 people go gather work. You can't pay 3 people. The other people you say make them go house.
Okay.
So where that kind of thing they work. So for me, I foresee make them share that money, even though it is small.
Okay.
For the 20 things. But for say you go pay only 3 things, leave the other one. That one, I know see I'm saying correct idea and be that. And even the 1 million, the 1 billion where they say they will pay. For me, now when anything don't win the league, then they say they pay them for hand. Then the thing will come and say, they don't pay also. Now I will not say this talk where they talk. Say not true.
All right.
Say they increase the money. Because now here where we did, people will win the FA Cup last time. If up till now they never see them.
All right.
The one we president, the sponsor 90 that too. And they never see. Then this one, me I call them audio money.
All right.
You know will work.
Okay.
Because those people waiting for that glass house, then just sit down, they fine. When they be like say Nigeria want talk, they
Okay.
will come find out something where they will talk so that people will hear say you get waiting that they see.
All right.
9 BDR record doing now waiting that they do every time 9 that.
Okay.
Because then they use us as talkative. When
Right.
we talk finish, then we'll keep quiet. We will do our thing.
Okay.
9 BD thing. And I pray that the share now wait say they give a contract. If any other country they serious, make them come carry out. Because yes.
All right.
Erichel is a good coach. But if we allow Erichel, then this set of people waiting for that grass and get there.
Okay.
You see the next World Cup, me I'm not sure say we will get there.
All right.
Because all the people waiting for that glass, all of them are scammers.
All right. All right.
Are scammers.
All right.
Nothing way than they do for there.
Okay.
Yes. Then for our me I go say Rivers United, I want make una send them message. Tell them say next season don't end. Then say they don't they prepare.
Okay.
No be the one way season will start. Next season they go say they go carry Champions League match where they for play for Rivers area. Carry go acquire and go play.
All right.
I don't want to hear that one.
All right.
Because if I hear that one, I will quickly call Okay Paloko again. Ask them waiting be the World Cup. Okay Paloko for this Rivers United.
All right.
Because that man, I get issue with that man.
All right.
Where they say if I see him, I will ask him for over how many years we don't stay for Rivers United, waiting the improvement for this team. Because that man did for Rivers United. Instead of for us to get improvement, we will decrease, they go down.
All right, Kabulobari. Yeah, all right. Let's.
So I just pray.
Okay.
Make everything work out well.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Kabulobari, for your thoughts there. Let's make it simple so that others can have their time on the show. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, good evening,
Welcome to your hospital.
Yeah. Good evening to Son Tom Isaac and Benjamin Wanchuku.
All right. They say good evening too. Good evening to you.
Yeah, thank you. Please tell me also.
Go on.
Yes. Yeah, in fact, you know, 2 million naira to be given to every MPF player. That's what is in the pipeline now.
Yes, that's the minimum. The minimum pay.
The minimum. Yes, it would be good. It is a good thing, but you know what? There's so many things that work against it right now.
All right.
Because our league has not been structured in a way as to get security. The players have to be secured. There should be no violence on the pitch and all the rest. And yes, it is then that every match will get some amount of money to for this boys upkeep. Without this, it will be a very difficult task.
All right.
It's feasible.
All right.
It is feasible, actually feasible, but without this, it will not be hard. And Eric Chair, Eric Chair is a fantastic coach. They can see it right now. Yes, they can see it because it is a beautiful bride right now for the rest.
Right.
some of African countries.
Okay.
So, but you don't value what is in your hand, that you lose it. So, and yes, those people that made us not to go, to go to the World Cup in the glass house, I think it is time they show them the exit door.
All right.
Because with them sit there, I think there's gonna be it's gonna be like a club on the wheel of progress. So yeah, let me just stop here just for others to make their contribution.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony Hosford, for your thoughts there. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Yes, I got that.
Kablobari. Quickly,
yes,
let's go.
This our NFL. They say that they won't give all the players, maybe they pay them 2 million as a monthly salary. They are asked. All the 33 states waiting for Nigeria. Then go fit pay that amount of money because some of the teams they no get sponsor. Where the state money go from sponsor enter the club. Then they propose 2 million naira for every club. Like club like Ekiti. If Ekiti State get football club, then they get like 30 players or 25 players for that thing. Then you go to pay them 2 million every month. From where now? Where the say club no get sponsor. The league no get that sponsor. They propose 2 million. As I talk, I might say these people, then just if you don't, when they lack something to say, they will just bring us something. What we do make we talk. If not, if now we are organization they work, this talk where they talk, maybe talk where they will coin they tell us. Because government, I never see where government they run football league in a country. England, where we they watch, no be the government of England they run. They feed those facilities, then make use of them. People will go do the business. How you go spend it, say you go do. This one not the reality and it will work. Maybe they just try another thing. So, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Akabulo for your thoughts there. You can keep the calls coming in 0810-951-0951. We're talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and how we can get back to the 2030 World Cup. Shegun Odigbami, a former Super Eagles player, has stated that reforms are supposed to be carried out. He's expecting resignations as well as government probe and investigations into the reason why things didn't go well for the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualification. And he cited countries like South Korea, Uruguay, Saudi Arabia, as well as Italy doing the needful, people, personnel, resigning from their football management because of their failure to either qualify or have a good showing at the FIFA 2026 World Cup. And saying Nigeria is not doing that and should be doing that. And I'm asking, don't you think that with what we are seeing right now, the current NSC board, led by Shehu Diko as well as Bukola Olakpade, are in the right direction with all the major achievements that we are seeing right now concerning the Super Eagles of Nigeria, like giving a contract extension to coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, talking about Eric Shell, and also some good. We're seeing what's happening with the Nigerian Premier Football League now. Yeah, even if we call it audio money, let's wait and see it come through. And if it does, then we'll know that they are really, and just support these guys to continue doing what they are doing, because the goal is the 2030 World Cup qualification. Yes, that is what it is at this point in time. Hello, good evening to you.
Yeah, also.
Oh, Tony Hustle,
Just a
welcome
minute.
back.
Yeah, Tony also. Yes, also, the 2 million naira proposal is not on the high side. It's not too much on the high side.
Okay.
Like I said, there has to be major reforms. You have to take care of all this. The during market,
Okay.
Violence should not occur. Even if it occur, it will be minimal.
All right.
And that one will attract spectators to come to the field and have a good watch.
Okay.
You get money from there. Now look at our stadium, 35,000 capacity seater, right? Even every match you have 20,000 persons. I mean, you know how much? Even if you want 1,000 naira in a week or two times a week like that for a month, you have so many things to do. Yes, and you say justice and other. How are that? It wasn't good for sponsors first, but take care of all these major things. I don't think it is on the too much on the high side. Look at a small African country Spain. This is at $10,000, which is about 2 million naira.
Okay.
It is just 15% or 14% of what they are paying. I mean, it's not too much. These people are putting in their effort, putting in everything, their life, like everything, to ensure that people get something to.
Nigeria Super Eagles could face Kosovo for the first time in a senior international match after both countries opened discussions over a proposed friendly. The idea was revealed during a visit by the Kosovo's Deputy Prime Minister, Klok Konjuvak, or call that Klok Konjuvkak. Yeah, for the he visited the Director General of the Nigeria's National Sports Commission, Bukola Olakpade, in Abuja. The match would form part of wider sporting partnership between both nations, although no date or venue has been confirmed. Speaking during the visit, Konjuvka said that, and I quote, "We are proposing a friendly match between the Nigeria national team and the Kosovo national team, and we are also ready to have capacity building in judo, where we have produced several world and Olympic champions." And we're looking, yeah. Somto, let me come to you. Nigeria Kosovo, is that the friendly you are expecting?
Historic. Historic. It's good for a country like Kosovo. It's good for them to be playing the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Nigeria should not be the ones. We are not the ones seeing it. They should see it as a privilege to face a 3-time, Africa Cup of Nations champions, a team who has won gold at the Olympics, and it's a Super Eagles of Nigeria team who are also considered as one of Africa's biggest sides. So it's good for them to also have an ability to compete against some of the creme de la creme that Nigeria can bring on the field of play. And for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I mean, we already recently played against a friendly against Portugal. So I mean, there were instances where we can say, okay, we can be doing more than what it is right now. But then at the end of the day, I don't see a game against Kosovo as what it should be painted as more than what it could look like. It's just a friendly. It's just a friendly between, no disrespect to them, but they are still a European side who do not have that bite. They don't have that bite. They don't have anything that the Super Eagles are saying they are picking up from that game. So if it's just something harmless, maybe like a famous man once said, to build unilateral ties, bilateral ties. Maybe if it's something to build bilateral ties, or as I hope it works out, so that at least one day we can say, do you know the kind of bilateral ties you have with Kosovo? Do you know the kind of bilateral ties you have with Kosovo? But all in all, it's good for Kosovo. This is a very good
So
game.
it's more of a benefit to Kosovo than
Yes,
the Super Eagles of
the
Nigeria. But
100%.
what would this pose for the current build up by Coach Eric Chell and the test for Eric Chell?
Well, we've seen him do it already. In the because I don't want to be drawn into the fact of let him be using this kind of games to look for his preferred side. Eric Chell, at this point, you've been in charge from last year. At this point, if you don't have sure banker 15 players that you know that you have to put in pen in your list, that means what are you really doing? You've got to have at least 15 players that you know. Then you now have some maybe interchanges here and there to keep competition fresh and healthy. But as it stands, you must know a certain amount of players that you can say when it is time, these players have to be in the national team. These players would be called up because of the quality that they have, because of how they fit into your system as it stands. Because we've played against India now. We played against India. We played against Jordan. Is it? Played against Iran.
Whoa! Nigeria's under 17 women have taken the lead. It's 2-1 now in favor of them. 61 minutes. Stayed too long before we could see Nigerian Republic.
It's not enough now. But what matters is that you are leading. That's all that matters. I mean, if you go there and no team scores at all, you're the one that progresses. So what matters is that you are ahead. But when you look at two-legged games, you want to score as many as possible so that the deficit seems a huge mountain to climb for your opponents to want to try to test that bridge. So the major thing is that we are in the lead. That is all that matters. But if the gap can now be more, I don't mind seeing that.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. What do you make of the proposed friendly between Kosovo and Nigeria? Of recent, we've played Jamaica, we've played Zimbabwe, we've played Jordan, we've played Iran, we've played Poland, and the biggest of them all is Portugal. Don't you think that? Do you think that the Super Eagles should be going for the likes of Portugal? Going for the likes of these days, Morocco are in the top 10. You can also go for them. Let's have a rematch of that AFCON semi-final game.
They are good friendly games.
Good
That's
friendly
why I
games.
said this one is maybe in
to strike
future.
bilateral ties.
You understand what I'm saying. Maybe this is what we are going to say, oh, let us develop our bilateral ties with them, but it is more of a benefit to them than to
even
us.
a benefit to the
But
Super Eagles
again,
of
it's a friendly, so no shaking now. Everybody can play anybody. I mean, even preseason friendlies for clubs too. I mean, they play unknown teams in China, unknown teams in the US, unknown teams in Singapore. So for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, it's a friendly. So no wahala is good. But we can, once you squeeze in some of these type of friendly games, you should also look at least some high level A-list friendly games that you can also put in the corner.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we leave talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, let me update you with some of the transfer stories around the players of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Fulham, in the English Premier League, have submitted an improved bid worth 28 million euros in total for Nigerian defender Chibuike Nwinwu. He plies his trade for Trabzonspor right there in the Turkish Super League. The package consists of a 25 million euro guaranteed fee plus 3 million euros in performance-based add-on. So the Premier League side previously had a 20 million euro offer rejected by Trabzonspor, holding firm for their 30 to 35 million euros valuation for the Super Eagles International. Elsewhere, Manchester United have reportedly revived their interest in Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi. The midfielder is said to be available for around 8 million euros, with Saudi clubs and Hull City also monitoring the situation of Wilfred Ndidi right there. Wilfred Ndidi back to the Super Eagles, back to the English Premier League, I beg your pardon. Benjamin, do you think that it should be something crossing his mind at this point, knowing that he has really, really slowed down, coming back to the English Premier League and its fast pace? Don't you think Wilfred should just try to day in day make problem for no day?
I think it's a league he has played in.
Goal number, was that goal number 3?
Was it?
Okay, I will confirm.
Okay, see, it's a league he has played in. The man knows the league, so it's
Mm.
not something that is new to him. So I just feel that he knows the terrain. He's comfortable. He's been there for 4 years or more with the colours of Leicester. I remember Leicester brought him from Besiktas. Brought him, and the man was there with them for a long time. So I just feel that he's one of those terrain, and it depends on the way the club gets to use him. You know, he's a player that he's a utility player. He can play as a forward in the midfield. He can play as a number 6, sit deep. So it depends on how the player wants to use, or how the coach wants to use him. But for me, I think it's going to be a good move seeing our players in the Premier League. We want to be watching them week in, week out. Yeah, because of his age.
Okay, okay,
and the way he started his career.
That also.
You know, so
No, but me, I see other reasons to that too.
Okay. He shouldn't be the reason I'm thinking. So I just feel that he's going to be a good one for our players to be in the Premier League, watching them week in, week out. It also helped the coach, you know, to go around watching them and then know who to pick in the next window. So for me, if he makes that move, a good move.
All right. A good move there for Wilfred Ndidi if he returns back to the English Premier League. As well said, the likes of Hull City and Manchester United have revived their interest in Wilfred Ndidi. Before we leave talking about transfers of Super Eagles players, let me also let you know that Super Eagles star Abdullahi Beweni has attracted a €2 million bid from Slavia Praga. The 21-year-old defender impressed at Banik Ostrava, having or putting in 25 league appearances and earned his debut under Eric Chell. If you're looking for who Abdullahi Beweni is, if you saw that game during the I think that was the Unity Cup, that right side defender that impressed, young right side defender that impressed, that made us start saying, it'd be like bright to say somewhere, you go there where you did for this point. Yes, he's the one we are talking about, and big move for him if he gets down to Slavia Praga right there. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to leave talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and now let's look at matches from the round of 16, and that is the match between Morocco and co-host Egypt. Yes, that one is going to be a huge talking point right here. So it's going to be match one for the round of 16, and that particular one has a lot to be talked about right there. It's takes center stage at the NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas, and we hear that Morocco are in full gear to come up against the co-host, but it's not quite easy for anybody to beat a co-host. But what are your God? It's 2-all. Benin Republic have. It's going to be a huge fight. It's going to be a huge fight right there in Benin. It's 2-all right now between Nigeria's under 17 women, the Flamingos, and the Benin Republic on the 17 side. I can't really tell what's happening right there at Ikene, but we know the Flamingos to be a team that are very much unbeatable right here in Africa. But it seems the other African teams are growing wings right now. What do we do to them soon to cut the wings or break the bones?
Let's add our own wings. Beat them when we now add our own and beat them, we now cut their own wings. But it's disappointing.
It's disappointing.
How many minutes on the board now, please?
It's 73 minutes.
Okay.
But you can still win. But what do you do with?
I mean, they came from a goal down, right?
Yes, they came from a goal down. But now you have two away, and I think the away goal. I don't know if it still stands.
Does it count in Africa?
I don't know if it counts in Africa, but if it does count, this is more or less like you losing at home.
It looks like that. It looks that way because I mean, once a team scores and away goal, it's almost like they have at least times 2 of what they have. So because you now have to equalize and go in front for you to have yours counted. Disappointing, but I still think I can hold the faith that there's time. Not a lot though, but I mean 17 minutes, 1 minute or 2 minutes of normal time to go, so there's still time. You still have to keep the concentration levels up and try to see this one off without any. It came from a goal down, 1-1, 2-1. At this point in time, you should not have any lapses to your game anymore once you've been able to come back.
Huge defensive mix-up there.
That is something that should be avoided by all means. Should be avoided. And when you now have a chance, because you've seen how hard and how difficult the game is, you don't throw it away again. So I just hope that time will suffice for them. If it doesn't suffice for them, I mean, they go and battle it out in the second leg.
All right. That's what's coming from Ikene right there in the game between. Then it's 3-2. Yes, 3-2 it is as Nigeria has gone in front. Nigeria has gone in front again. 3-2. Nigeria's on the 17 girls up against Benin Republic's on the 17 girls right there in Ikene. So 3-2 Nigeria leads, responding quite early to that equalizer coming from Benin Republic. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're still talking about the FIFA World Cup, and we have Canada coming up against Morocco. Morocco seems to be, I think every African football lover right now will be gunning for Morocco to go forward, because Morocco seem to be the only ones now that carry everything that Africa needs to be carried.
No, I'm supporting Morocco because in as much as the endures strong team.
Morocco no do anybody. I was okay with that game in the AFCON.
Morocco did not cheat with it though.
They didn't cheat the Super Eagles. So.
I was even rewatching a video of that night. I think we were all here, Nigeria against Morocco.
Yeah. I
was watching the video. That was 3 days ago. I saw when Rona was jumping and she was so scared during that penalty. When I saw that part, and then I saw us moving to this edge to go and pray, and your hands were like, I said, really, this one was going down. But then do us see us as then do us strong team. Then to me, Morocco might fine, man. No, the ref. Who else? If his favorite Morocco should have rejected it. I mean, we've seen times in football where there were wrong calls and the player will say no, is that? So then why did they not say no, ref, you got it wrong?
But I won't forget that Moroccans supported the Super Eagles of Nigeria all through, from the group stages down to the third
when
place
you got
match.
to the final, there were some people I knew that they were in the stadium. The semi-final. They could not really showed they were Nigerian, so that they no go follow them up in the state, because it was toxic.
But apart from that, I can also remember the game against Egypt. Morocco came all
They
out
were
to
supporting
support.
us because it was their North African rivals.
Mm.
But when it now came to our turn, see how they were treating. You saw videos of how they were treating some
Yeah.
Nigeria. Yes. So,
Yeah.
anyways, before we even say into that one, but that was in the AFCON
Yeah.
and the World Cup. Why am I supporting them in the World Cup? Because they seem like that side who can actually do something credible for Africa,
All right.
and I am pleased that the World Cup is coming to Africa because whether we like it or not, I mean, look at Cape Verde yesterday.
Yeah.
They didn't want me to sleep. I wanted to sleep. I was waiting for that game to be put to bed. My eyes, I didn't even see the third goal that Argentina scored. They held their own. It wasn't just about, oh, we're going to pay too much respect. And that was what I liked about Cape Verde. And that was what I wanted the other African teams that were there to learn. Enough with giving these other teams too much respect.
All right.
You go in the league, get more goals. You should not be able to say, okay, this what I mean. Look at DR Congo against England. They went in the lead, and it seemed like after then they could have still gotten some more goals. Milan Visa missed a clear sitter.
All right.
DR Congo were still trying to manage, and they were sucking a lot of pressure in the first half. And I thought that was going to change in the second half. It didn't change, and that game turned on its head in a matter of minutes.
Okay.
So for all of these things, enough with the too much respect. I think that Morocco don't show that respect. They also, in their own right, believe that they are a proper footballing team as it stands because they've gone toe-to-toe with Brazil. It was so close. Even in the 2022 World Cup, they went toe-to-toe with Portugal, also went toe-to-toe with France. Same thing for Spain. So they were not sitting and bending over for other teams to come and climb them. And it seems like African teams, yes, in as much as, like I said, and when I move back to the statements I made some minutes ago, is the fact that too much respect. Egypt and Cape Verde, yes, Cape Verde at the end of the day came up short. But then it seemed like that team was not ready to just go over and lie down for Lionel Messi to just come and rub them over the park. Score me, I'll score you back.
Okay.
Score me, I'll score you back. And then at the end of the day, it's just fine margin. So why I said I'm pleased that the World Cup is coming to Africa is that you can visibly see how African teams are playing.
Okay.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but of all the continents that went to the World Cup, when you look at the ratio of teams the total number of teams from the continents that went to the World Cup, in comparison to how they progressed from the group stage, Africa had the highest numbers, 9 out of 10. So you can see that these teams are actually holding their own on the grand stage, on the world stage. Now, all that remains, like I said, the World Cup is coming to Africa. Slowly, Africa keeps getting attention. If Morocco could host now, which other African nation? I mean, you can talk about Rwanda, who is coming up. Maybe you can also say, Rwanda in the next maybe decade or so should be eyeing something. But then there is improvement. And Morocco seems like that team that wants to start that, I wanted to say renovation. No, a resurgence of African teams on the global stage.
Okay. All right. So for Canada's coach, Jesse Marsh, he says, and I quote him, preparing for Morocco is a gory, horrible nightmare. But we want to be here and we expect to be here. On the other side, Morocco's boss, Mohamed Kwabi, has been blunt about the stakes. He says, get things wrong and we go home. Yes, that's what Mohamed Kwabi has said. Get things wrong and we go home.
I think that's the truth. You don't have a second chance. Put a foot wrong and you're home. And put a foot right, you're still in the game.
All right.
And I think they've got a better chance because looking at the what's it called now, the Canadian national team, they've given a good account of themselves by getting to this point. But
all right.
Again, you look at their matches, especially the game against Ghana. Was it Ghana? Yeah. South Africa. The game against South Africa, it shows that the Canadian team is there for the taking.
All right.
It's just that South Africa weren't clinical enough to have taken the lead, at some point. So I just feel that Morocco will go all the way. I saw the way they played their games coming from the group stages. It shows that they are in for to better the performance that they had last time out in Qatar. But again, it's left for us to see if they can actually better that performance. But for now, it's a step at a time and put a foot right going into this game.
Okay, and the winner from this particular encounter will face the winner between Paraguay and France. So it's Morocco all the way for every African supporting football at this point. So let's see what happens in a couple of minutes. I call that 20 minutes from now. It's going to be fire and brimstone on the center stage right there as Morocco comes up against the co-host Canada in that particular one there. We also have another African team that will be part of the whole round of 16 setup, and that's going to be Egypt versus Argentina. All right, so for that second game, I'll call that match 2, that will involve an African side, Egypt, who just came off beating or throwing out Australia. They'll be up against Argentina. But one thing is sure, Capo Verde has shown the Egyptians that the Argentine team is beatable. So if the Egyptians can hold their own, definitely they can throw off the defending champions Argentina in the round of 16. Well, how easy would that be at this point? Because we hear that Egyptian talisman Mohamed Salah is nursing a hamstring injury. Yeah, he picked it up in the group stage final game between Iran. He was replaced in the 57th minute of that particular one when it was 1-1, and he has been playing with that. But we've seen performances coming in from Mohamed Salah. Against Australia, he came in and did his beat right there. And for Mohamed Salah, he needs just one more goal to tie Hossam Hassan being the coach of the side for the all-time Egyptian scoring record of 69 international goals. So that's definitely going to be a motivation for him. At 34, this could realistically be Mohamed Salah's last World Cup appearance. And what a way it will be for the legendary Mohamed Salah to cap this one with a huge achievement and performance there. We also have Lionel Messi, who has been on a scoring spree already. I think that's 8 World Cup matches. 8 World Cup matches scoring consecutively. Then he has got 7 World Cup goals already for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And you just cannot stop Lionel Messi from scoring. But
I almost rushed Ovie. That was on Wednesday. When he was saying, Mr. World Cup, he wanted to say Mbappe. I said, no. Not when this guy is still there. He's still here. Maybe Mbappe later on, no shaking. We understand. We know that time will come. Right now, there's only one Mr. World Cup.
And that's
Lionel Messi. 2 golden balls. It's not easy.
It's no fluke.
And it's not even... the World Cup were close. One was in 2014, and one was in 2022. And look at him still balling out. A 39-year-old is the top scorer at the World Cup. Where you have all the stars there: Yamal, Mbappe, Haaland, Harry Kane. All of them are there, and they left Dede to come and be running strings.
All right, Benjamin, quickly, let's look at this game. Is this the end of the road for Egypt, number one? And number two, Egypt has got Mohamed Salah. I think he's the biggest Lionel Messi from the Egyptian side of things. And you could say from Africa. And for Argentina, they've got Lionel Messi. It seems that that's the deliverer, the messiah, the all and all right now. He gets the goals. He makes sure that that team continues to push and push and push. But this game, obviously, is not just an Egypt versus Argentina. It could also be a Salah versus a Messi. Who comes out winning from this particular one? And as I first asked you, in this particular game, is this the end of the road for the Pharaohs of Egypt?
I don't want to believe it's the end of the road because, everybody goes into a game hoping that they are going to get good result out of it. And Egypt have shown that, they can actually get something out of it. But again, looking at it, the pedigree of the last team they played, Australia, it's not the same with that of the Argentine team. It's a star-studded team. But one thing about the Argentine team is you can score goals past them. And Cape Verde showed us that they can score 2 past them. So if Egypt gets to master their tactics very well and then things go the way they plan, they can actually hurt Argentina, and Argentina could be knocked out of the World Cup. See, everybody is there for the taking, but at the end of the day, it's about who wants it more. So it's Africa against Argentina.
All right, Africa against Argentina when it comes to Egypt versus Argentina in that second match that would involve an African side. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a few calls before we run out of the studio by a couple of minutes from now, because by 5:50, we will be having a live appearance. So we'll take some messages, and the phone line right now is open, so you can call in and also air your thoughts on all that we have been talking about. Which African team would definitely go further from the round of 16? This coming from son of David from the WhatsApp platform. He says, "Greetings, Super Eagles playing Kosovo is a balanced peak as well. Wilfred Ndidi should better go to Saudi Arabia instead of Manchester United. His pace has slowed down for the Premier League and demands for Manchester United. Truly, Africa are getting set to win the FIFA World Cup before next 20 years." Thank you so much for your message there. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It's doubled at 0701 933 9962. Let's take this.
Yes. About last night match with Argentina. I like what think it let play.
All right.
But for me, supporting Morocco.
Okay.
Me, I know if you support Morocco, I'm the same. I know fit.
I thought you
If
said
them
I'm
play well.
supporting Morocco.
I know fit.
Okay.
God forbid for me to support Morocco. I know fit.
It's not that bad
Why
now.
I say God forbid it. It's bad because the last waiting and do for the last Nations Cup. That cup wait and go win.
But they supported you
And
against
just make-
Egypt. They supported you against Algeria.
You know, concern.
Okay.
Either they supported Nigeria or they not support. A person like me, I not go be support Morocco, but I only wish make them play well.
All right.
But for me to support them, I not go support them.
All right.
Yes. Then for Egypt, I will feel support Egypt. Yes, that one day. But for
All
me
right.
to support Morocco, I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kabilo Bari. Good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, what's up?
Yes, welcome, Tony Hosford. Let's keep
Tony
it simple
Hosford.
quickly. Yeah, let's go.
Yes, it's obvious. It's obvious that Morocco will go to, I think, at least semi-final.
All right.
Yes, and okay. Cape Verde have shown that look, the Argentines are pickable.
Okay.
Look at this. Yes, this small side. Because new entrance into the World Cup.
All right.
They made a significant impact.
All right.
So yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tony Hosford, for your thoughts there. Hello. Good evening to you. Welcome. Hello. All right. A drop call situation right there. Hello. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
I think they should declare public holiday for Cape Verde.
Capo Verde. All right.
Yes, they should declare public holiday.
All right. All right.
Then, as for the Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe, the king of World Cup, I think he took Lionel Messi 6 to 7 World Cup to score up to 18 goals. And he took Mbappe 3 World Cup to score 18 goals.
Okay.
I think kudos to Kylian Mbappe too.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts right there. Hello. Good evening to you. Let's go quickly. 30 seconds.
To you, sir.
Welcome. Welcome,
I
Celebes.
think that is the end of the road for Egypt.
Okay.
I don't see them scoring more than 3 goals. But Argentina will definitely score.
Okay.
So I don't see them as scoring. Well, football is a wonderful game, but I think Argentina will score them.
All right.
All right. So they are out.
Okay.
But if miracle happens, glory be to God.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. This one from the WhatsApp platform says Morocco all the way. It's son of the devil from Port Harcourt. Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm so sorry. It's I can still see the phone lines buzzing, but this is where we call the shot on the show this beautiful evening. It's been fun and amazing doing this with you from 1 p.m. down to where we are right now, a few seconds to 5:50 p.m. Do remember we'll be back here tomorrow, 6:30, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, the Sundays edition. Until then, thank you to the guys who did this with me, Sumto, as well as Benjamin Mina. My name is Osasin Hewitt, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it. Leave it on Today 95.1 FM and have yourself a wonderful
Talk Radio
95.1 FM.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, we're here with a group of people who are going to be talking to us about a program, right? This is a program. Yeah. And about a herbal solution that they think everyone needs to be a part of. So we'll just...
Wake up to the ultimate mix. Today's quest, today's connect, today's hustle, all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
All right, like I said earlier, I'm with some group of people to talk about their herbal program and their herbal solution also. I'm with Dunsend, I'm with Victor, and Everly Tested. So, good evening, Dunsend.
Good evening. Good evening to our listeners all over the world.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Victor.
Yeah, good evening, Port Harcourt people.
All right. Good evening, Everly Tested.
Good evening, wonderful people of Port Harcourt.
All right. So, you briefly just tell us about the program and the product. So, let's start from there.
Okay. Yeah, this program is going to be so wonderful. We are from a wonderful company called African Jam. African Jam is a very good and wonderful herbal product that have ability to handle some health challenges, helping people to be revitalized, rejuvenate their internal body system through the process of detoxification, restoring back your internal organs to be so smart and okay to enjoy this particular wonderful life. And we are here today to come and discuss some certain things with our people relating to this product. That is why we are in the studio tonight.
All right. So what is the product exactly about? This it's a wellness product, right?
Yes, a wellness product.
So
yes.
Who can use this product, and is it for everybody?
It's for everybody and anybody who has both. The product is good for both maintenance and also good in every other general well-being system.
So it's not just about a particular ailment; it's just for general well-being.
No, it's for a general well-being.
Actually, for general well-being.
All right. So the program, you tell us the dates, the time, the venue, who can attend.
Yeah, okay. That's actually why we are here today.
Yeah.
We have a program coming up tomorrow.
Okay.
At People's Club. People's Club is along Rumola-Rumokuta Road, very close to Rumola.
Okay.
It's just on the road. You can't miss it.
All right.
1 p.m. Okay? Yeah. Sorry, 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock, yes.
Noon.
So
okay.
The program will kick off. Okay, so we are inviting everyone hearing us. In fact, I like to say, if you know you're struggling financially, whether you're working,
okay,
your salary is not enough, whether you're unemployed, you're looking for what to do, whether you have a business, the business is not paying well, you're not making up to 200,000-300,000 on a daily basis.
Okay.
You know the way the country is today.
So the
cost of living is crazy. People are struggling financially. So this is a way out. We are coming to empower people around Port Harcourt. So we are inviting them tomorrow that we are officially launching this company in Port Harcourt.
Oh, you're officially launching African Gem.
Yes, in Port Harcourt.
Tomorrow
yes.
at People's Club, Rumola.
Yes.
By 12 noon.
Yes, by 12 noon.
So you said everyone can attend. Both
everyone
struggling
can attend.
Financially.
People with health challenges.
Okay.
People struggling financially. As a matter of fact, our product can help people who are diabetic, people who are struggling with ulcer cases, arthritis, and all of that.
All right.
Okay? Then people who need financial lift. That's my major point of interest. People are suffering. Nigeria is tough now.
All right. So, Everly, that's what you said, right?
Yeah. So, I want to let everyone know that sometime in life, you will say you don't have any health challenge, but you may be right. But as long as we inhale and we eat a lot of things. We are exposed to toxin, and because of that, we need a detoxification.
All right.
So that being said, everyone needs this product.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, yeah. This is why we are here to let people that has issues like diabetes, issues like ulcer, issues like arthritis, issues like pie, to understand that African Jam is one of the good natural remedy products that can help them to rectify this particular problem in the body system. Do you know that even some certain stages of cancers has the ability to be handled with these products?
Okay. So everyone listening now, what should they look forward to the program? What are we to expect of people who would attend? I can see networking, so you can talk about that a little. The networking, entertainment, giveaway, refreshment, product experience.
Yes, in fact, one of the things we must do tomorrow is to let people test our product. We are launching tomorrow, so they have to test our product to get the efficacy of our product.
Okay.
In fact, some people there who have maybe issues, by the time they take our product, they start feeling better almost immediately.
All right.
So that's one of the things they should expect. They should also expect business empowerment information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So, as long as we are in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, the economic is not smiling at all. So we need to meet up with our daily expenses that daily demand by having a passive way of earning, and that is what African Gem is offering to everyone.
All right.
Multi-stream, way of earning. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much. I've been speaking to representatives from African Gem, and they're launching their wellness product tomorrow by 12 noon. That's 5th July 2026 at People's Club, Romola, Port Harcourt. So you just have to call out the numbers for whoever listening for direction or how to reach out to you.
Okay, the numbers you will get to us anytime, any day.
In a minute.
Okay, these numbers are 080 35 08 36 09. 080 35 08 36 09. Another number again is 090 44 16 44 25. 090 44 16 44 25. The next one you can get us with 081 38 98 4967. 081 38 98 4969. Any of these numbers are available. Please get in touch with us. We will give you the directions on how you will be there live tomorrow to get the perfect information on how you can rejuvenate both financial wise and health wise.
All right. Thank you so much, Johnson. Thank you, Everly, and thank you.
With our voters' card, we can save our country, Nigeria. Fellow Nigerians, greetings from the grassroots independent voters. Their compatriots, we deemed it necessary to remind us that the time to choose our leaders is here again, and it's our obligation to obtain our voters' cards as the only required instrument to save Nigeria from utter destruction. And we can only achieve this by participating in the next general election with the aim of entrenching the right leaders. Therefore, we must vote wisely to win proudly for a better Nigeria. Our vote must count as we say no to vote buying, vote selling, vote stealing, and other forms of electoral corruption. This is a message powered by the Grassroots Independent Voters, GIVE. For contact, call 0707 062 5367 or 0803 673 4997.